Finally, to shed light on the institutionalization of sociology in Greece, this is one of the opportunities that stem from the Sociology Transformed series, and thus to reclaim in front of a global audience the memory of its beginnings. Now, we have already seen from the book Colonialism and Social Theory an emerging pattern. That of the ahistorical sociological reason and its categories. Is there a similarly constructed reification of categories in Greek sociology's accounts of itself? This would be a thought experiment worth considering as a community of critical learners. Are untold histories of our discipline's development in this country being sufficiently accounted for? Or do they still remain hidden in uncharted transcripts away from public reasoning? Such beginnings, not free of entrenchment ideological moorings that are residually active today, bear precisely on the complex entanglement of Greek sociology to foreign initiatives. The striking case of the American College of Greece, the longest-running sociology curriculum in the country, and the only one whose social welfare program is given a mention about Greece in the precursor to the Sociology Transformed series, namely in Heinz Mause's 1962 book on the history of sociology, enables us to reappraise such foundational for our discipline beginnings. Rather than being treated as a nondescript case, recalcitrant to the public university canon, the curricular beginning of sociology in Greece at the American College of Greece back in 1962 reveals a hybrid faculty composition that cuts across the public-private education binarism, particularly as its faculty developed a cutting-edge curriculum with wide and continuous international recognition of its sociology graduates. To move thus to institutional beginnings enables us to draw from the series' logic. Somewhat provocatively, but not inaccurately, I think, this could be phrased as, what is the primitive accumulation of sociology's capital in this country? What can hegemonic discourses about sociology's privileged circles learn from constitutionally non-privileged and only seemingly parallel communities of sociologists in Greece? Such questioning can enable us to open a discussion about the formal solidarity deficits within the community of sociologists, to problematize logics of justification for such deficits, and to critically learn from a mistaken mix of quietude and militancy against what have proved to be and are now registered as core building blocks of sociology's history and development in Greece. With the permission of the chair, I would like simply to take the opportunity and dedicate this talk to the memory of fellow sociologist and dearest friend, Kostas Kalfopoulos, who passed away last June, who was a very firm believer in breaking disciplinary silos of sorts. So thank you very much for your attention.
I'd like to thank Professor Gangas for the very interesting, inspiring presentation from the angle of history of sociology and comparative sociology, or comparison of histories of sociology, which is very interesting, and it's very it offers a fertile ground for rethinking about sociology and about the craft of sociologists. So it's thank you for that. We have the whole discussions pretty soon. Let me invite Associate Professor Salido, Olga Salido, and Research Director Manuel Fernandez Esquinas to present their paper on sociology in the public agenda, disciplinary boundaries and confrontations. Let me help you, Olga. Let me help you. So don't worry. It's, okay.
We should look for the first.
Yes, don't worry. I will do this. I will do this only. So you can go further.
Okay. So thank you so much for the invitation to be here, to the Hellenic Sociological Association for the organizing all this. I think it's going to be inspiring, and at the moment it's been really wonderful. So So today we are talking about the discipline and the problems of the discipline in the future. The presentation is by Manuel and me. So, oh, I forgot. Sorry. Okay. So, once again, sociology at the crossroads. I mean, we are all the time, thinking about the same new challenges and what's the role of sociology. How can we enlarge our disciplinary spectrum or scenario? What are the challenges? We are in a changing global world. Interconnectedness, complexity, and stability are the most relevant characteristics, and also it is highly unpredictable. So what to do? Is there something we can do? In this conjunction, our point is that sociology is, as a science and as a profession, has never been more needed. But there are disputes with other disciplines that threaten the very heart of sociology as a discipline and its relevance to society. So it is really important to reflect on this, how to strengthen and broaden the disciplinary field of sociology. For that, we make a reflection of science as a collaborative enterprise or a disciplinary battle. Okay. Elaborating a bit on Porter's reflection on contentious science, we can say that scientific disciplines are a mixture of cooperation, competition, and conflict. Of course, there are teams of scientists that collaborate to demonstrate the validity or fallacy of a particular empirical generalization or testable proposition, but we also compete. We contrast the explanatory power of different theories to explain or predict a given phenomenon, and there is also conflict. And the conflict is between different ways of defining reality, but not always inside the disciplinary boundaries, but with neighbor disciplines many times. So thus, some of these conflicts are silently a part of a disciplinary intrusion. We can say that this is the practice of extending. Sometimes it is like nothing is happening, but it is. So it is extending the axiomatic principles of a discipline to other areas, followed by occupying institutional and professional niches. The conflicts of intrusion are more frequent in adjacent and pluralistic disciplines without a unified core, like sociology. From other neighbor sciences like economics. Okay. Portes talks about two different ways of disciplinary intrusion. The first one is the crusade. The crusade are expeditions to invade other disciplines which are less firmly established and with weaker professional organization. The aim of the crusade is to extend the analytic framework to problems usually addressed by other disciplines and reformulate it as a legitimate way of producing knowledge from its fundamental core assumptions. It is like changing the rules of the game. We have the example of racial. There are lots of examples, but we have the example of rational individualism as the new paradigm of social behavior. The assumption is that individuals are rational actors acting in a competition-driven market, and well, this paradigm is actually applying to many different domains, from the economy of family, education, social stratification, social relations, etc. The second form is borrowing and appropriation. It is a form of obliteration by incorporation in terms of Merton. So a concept or a theory is embedded in common knowledge, known by anyone, and then its source is erased, disappears. A more unsubtle form, I mean, it means a more unsubtle form of intrusion, since a discipline can borrow concepts or theories from adjacent fields and use them in their own disciplinary realm. So, for example, a concept may be used to fix an anomaly, a problem that is not solved, or something strange that suddenly happened. And because the basic assumptions from the discipline are not ready to give a quick answer or a strong answer. So early users of the concept will recognize the credit when they start using it, but after a while they will cite their own references and forget the origins, taking over the territory and driving out the natives. I think this is familiar for anyone. It is usually accompanied by a conceptual twist, the translation of the concept into the general principles of the borrowing discipline. There are plenty of examples, but here I'm going to talk about social mobility. So can we think of social mobility as a disciplinary battle? There is, of course, a long tradition of study of social mobility, from status attainment in the 60s with Otis Dudley Duncan to the big project of John Goldthorpe and Robert Erickson in the 80s and 90s. And then it became like a kind of religion. I mean, you couldn't go to the RC28 with another class scheme that wasn't the right one. I mean, the Goldthorpe's one. They share a common theoretical background, which was what Erickson and Goldthorpe called the liberal theory of modernization. So our societies, as they get industrialized, become more and more open. Do they converge and get similar in terms of social mobility? Can we expect from industrial societies to be better in terms of equality and openness and than previous stages of our development? The conclusion was quite more optimistic for the school of Blanc and Duncan. So they think there is an increasing status attainment. They also build up, update by Ganseboom and Treyman. They update this approach and develop the International Socioeconomic Index. For the Casvin project for Erickson and Goldthorpe, the conclusion was a bit more pessimistic. So they called actually their book The Constant Flux, meaning that there is more or less constant fluidity. And they try to understand not just the movements between classes, but the global, at the macro level, the global degree of openness of a society. Sorry if I give too many details, but this is my arena. So we can see that the sociological approach, wanted to go a step further, the static view, and understand the reproduction of inequality. So in doing that, it answered or tried to answer fundamental questions. For society, but that were at the core of the sociological discipline. To what extent are individuals' positioning in the class structure and life chances shaped by their social background? Are inequalities maintained and reproduced over generations? Are some societies more mobile and open, that is, more equal than others? And what are the both structural and contextual factors that make some societies more open than others? In contrast, In contrast, the economic approach to social mobility is quite more near and linked to concerns on income inequality. They put the emphasis on income distribution and standard of living versus the sociological approach on inequality of opportunity and life chances. And the main idea is that starting economic conditions, the economic background conditions, and constrain the scope for success of individual strategies for both, for social advancement. So there is an apparent methodological complexity, but actually the concept, the very concept of social mobility is completely emptied, is flattened. And at the beginning, they use only the concept of mobility, economic mobility, or income mobility, but soon they began to use the concept of social mobility, the label, and then they replace the concept. So the disciplinary intrusion, step by step, sometimes is a bit mixed up, but in an analytical way we can do that. First, they search for conceptual tools. In the context of the economic crisis, of the global financial crisis of 2008, there is a moment of public concern on increasing inequality, so politicians, policymakers, they need answers. And they ask to their economists, big economists. So they began to think about how to explain increasing inequalities, and they find out that mobility could be a good thing. So they began to use sociological concepts as the beginning only as labels in a diffuse way, and then they obliterate the origins and incorporate into a new paradigm with new methods, with of course no reference to original concepts, and a full redefinition of the main axioms of social mobility research. Then the next step is dissemination as the new and best ever solution to complex problems. They give easy solutions to complex problems, making the problems also so easy. So easy to consume. And then the institutionalization of the new science is the acceptance by high prestige scientific and policy institutions. And this way, under the guise of neutrality and scientificity, research questions and objectives are redefined and public policies reoriented towards a diffuse and easily consumed objective of equality of opportunity, which is empty of meaning. So in this process, transnational, international bodies such as the OECD and academic institutions have had a very important, relevant role. So here I will illustrate only the case of OECD. I mean, the only report by OECD on economic inequality was 1995. And suddenly, on the wake of the crisis, they began this high productivity to be so energetic. At the beginning, asking to themselves, are we growing unequal? Then divided, we stand, and then in it together. We are together in this battle. But the battle had been redefined. And at the beginning, they were reflecting on the potential disruptive consequences of increasing inequality on standard of living, social cohesion, economic polarization, political stability. But at the end, they were, I mean, just in the first report, they were giving big recipes, I mean, easy recipes, like this one. Some argue that equality of income is not desirable. Talent and hard work should be rewarded. What matters, what's fair, is equality of opportunity, not of outcomes. So they reduce the problem to an economic question, and then they give, in terms of how to measure it. Measuring equality of opportunity is difficult. It means nobody up until now has been able to do it in the right way. A widely accepted method is to assess how well children do in relation to their parents. Okay, if most people end up at a similar place in the earnings distribution as their parents, then advantage and disadvantage are passed down the generations. I mean, no cite any sociological origin. The first cite, sorry, yes, okay. Okay, I follow with this. As I was saying, any sociological framework was obliterated, and then they give policy recipes. The problem is that there is not enough money put on education. So that's all. Public provision or funding of education in particular may increase mobility. And in this way, they have changed the causality between inequality and mobility. We sociologists think that inequality in the origin causes different paths and intensity of mobility at the aggregate level. They say mobility is the cause of, low mobility is the cause of inequality. So let's act directly against low mobility, making that, everyone has got high education. Well, this is a solution? We don't know. They follow in this crusade with two more reports. One in 2018, A Broken Social Elevator, How to Promote Social Mobility. And another one in 2019, Under Pressure, The Squeezed Middle Class. They trespass all limits. I mean, they are talking about, Eric Colin Wright sadly passed away, but he could, I don't know, come and say, are you talking about middle classes? Really? Middle classes here for them is just the middle part of an income distribution, which is flattening a concept which is rich, and the debate on classes gave, I don't know, a forest of paper. Okay, so they not only redefine the question of social mobility in terms of, in analytical terms and conceptual, but also its political implications. So they have a reductionist approach. They link inequality, income inequality, and income mobility as something easy to understand, and they focus on upward mobility. They are not concerned about social reproduction. And finally, the next and definitive step is the dissemination to the general public and policymakers, and also the institutional diffusion. And here we are in November 2022, they launched an observatory on social mobility and income inequality. But they don't call it, income mobility and income inequality. They say the OECD Observatory on Social Mobility and Equal Opportunity. And it's so good. They reduce the concept of social mobility to income inequality and exclude from the panel any trace of sociology. No sociologists were invited to those reports. No sociologists were invited to the panel. So we are invisible for them. I'm sorry. I'll do it this way. Okay, the definitive offensive is the institutional diffusion, but with big arms, big data. It is inappellable. You cannot say that big data, your sophisticated log linear models are better than big data. This is new, this is technological, this is a high-level science. And so big institutions support that, like the Census Bureau of the United States, Harvard, or Brown University, and they launched this opportunity atlas. So this is the map of the United States. And then, of course, the American Economic Association supports them. Miles Korak publishes in 2013 very bad, sorry, but not high intellectual article on social mobility with lots of methodological problems, but it is, it has thousands of quotes, sites. Of course, MIT couldn't leave behind, lose the step with Harvard and London School of Economics. And, well, where is social mobility? We know that it can be not only upward, also downward. So please beware. And what is this sociological counter-offensive? Well, here we have Robert Erickson, the same that led the Casimir project together with John Goldthorpe, publishing with Timothy Smeeding, which is a big economist, Marcus Janti, a labor economist, and talking about persistence, privilege, and parenting. I must confess I didn't read the book, and I don't know if I'm going to do it. But, well, our position as sociologists is this is happening, so let's look for our little space. And under the umbrella of interdisciplinarity, well, we get squeezed every time, more and more squeezed. Is it then a disciplinary battle, as I said, or a war to be fought? quoting Warren Buffett, there is class warfare, all right, but it's my class, the rich class, that's making war, and we are winning. Probably someone in a neighbor discipline is saying something similar, I don't know, but this is for discussion. I think there is a war to be fought by whom, through which means, and on which battlefields, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very interesting and well-developed discussion. It's a sociology of sociology, actually. A very nice example of how battles are lost. Let's see whether battles can be regained in the future, but we are remaining optimists. That's why we're here. Okay, so I think it's my turn to, please. I'll try to be fast. Sorry. Το βαλάκι, ποιο βαλάκι. Εδώ. Ποιο βαλάκι. Ναι, σωστά. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'll try to make a good use of the time. I was right to present at the end because things that could be mentioned and are mentioned could be, I could be more be brief about them. This paper is about professionalizing sociology. It comes from a paper published back in 2019 in the International Review of Sociology, a special issue. So this is a discussion about professionalizing sociology in Greece, which is important. So sociologists and social scientists, low professional status, we'll start with that, mentioning that there is a low professional status of sociology and sociologists when we're looking at professional hierarchy. So already sociology is positioned low compared to the other professions. And because the prominent role is with technology and scientific applications regarding people's lives. So despite the high relevance of sociology to social problems and planning, the effectiveness of sociology to meet the problems is considered to be low. So our point is to underline the issue of professionalizing sociology and sociologists and how far sociologists have become professionals in Greece. And of course, at the same time, there is this kind of ghost of precariousness and precarity, which creates a different picture of sociology and of sociologists. So apart from a degree of institutional support for sociology initiated by the state back in the 1980s by socialist government, we haven't seen any institutional support to sociology. So this is important. These are important points to make when trying to set the frame. So historicizing professional sociology in Greece, I will not discuss very much on that because yesterday Professor Tatsis and other people mentioned the issues, but I'm just wanted to say before the 1980s, there are different sociological reports by sociologists working outside Greece. Most of them, have stated that the status of sociology was ambivalent, and in fact, as a discipline, it faced severe challenges. The most important challenges related to the fact that sociology was not institutionalized. And a lot of people who are not true sociologists claim to be sociologists or claimed the sociological craft. So, going further to historicizing professional sociology in Greece, the ground became more fertile when, after the fall of the colonialist dictatorship in 1974, and an ever-increasing number of sociologists, of scientists with doctoral degrees in sociology came to Greece, but most of them were trained abroad. This is not the picture today, but this is worthwhile pointing out that at that period, sociology was imported, so to say, by scientists trained in the first degree, in the other degrees, postgraduate degrees abroad. So sociology was part of the expansion and the wider democratization of the Greek society and of higher education in Greece, and Petmezidou has said a lot on that. Compared to the European international context, Greek sociology was for many decades peripheral in terms of the national sociological heritage, while many writers highlighted the Greek socioeconomic exceptionalism. We referred to exceptionalism yesterday, the exceptionalism of the socioeconomic conditions in Greece compared to the other countries, and then I refer to Filias, Mouzelis, Tsoukalas, and Vergopoulos, who pointed out at that period the particular conditions in Greece which implied that there is a different kind of capitalism, different kind of modernity in Greece. So in turn, despite the contested use of the term European to define European sociology, Greek sociology maintained its distance for a long time from the main debates and challenges. So we come in the 90s and 2000 that the Greek sociologists participate more and more to European discussions. And a few more things about historicizing professional sociology, and I will be very brief on that, very elliptical. In the presentation, there's more stuff. And in respect to Greek exceptionalism, we refer to three interconnected aspects of the Greek case. The first aspect is the role of tertiary education in the country's economic system. Tsoukalas, for the Greeks, the Greek academics know very much the work of Tsoukalas in that respect, but the most important thing is that the traditionally high demand for tertiary education since the 19th century, according to him, is a phenomenon linked to the significant weighting of the public employment in the Greek occupational structure. So the readiness of the lower strata to assume untenable financial burdens to ensure their children's education can be explained by the fact that education acted as a token for employment in the public sector. And this is an important aspect of the Greek paradigm. So the second aspect of this exceptionalism, I don't agree with the word exceptionalism, but that's why it's in inverted commas, is that the Greek tertiary education evolved from a closed to a mass entry system in the 1980s, which enabled even larger numbers of students with lower social class background to enter institutions of higher education. So there was an opening of the lower class children to the tertiary education. It was a democratic claim, and it became reality. This meant also that the number, as you heard yesterday, the number of university departments, sociology departments, increased from that time. But it is important to also, in this context, to understand that between 1993 and 2002, the number of university departments increased by 40%, and the number of students entering higher education increased by 115%. So there was a large opening. And a number of problems have been recorded in relation to the quality of higher education. These are considered the structural problems, quotes or unquotes, whatever you like. The structural problems of the Greek tertiary education is the politicization of university students, the high politicization of university students, the various privileges enjoyed by students, that is, continued registration of students for many years, what we call συνταξιούχοι φοιτητές, curricular rigidity and examinations based on memorization, the use of one textbook, excessive centralization in everything connected to education, still until today, despite the moves to autonomy, and high levels of student absenteeism, and lack of research funds and facilities. These are the permanent structural problems which should not go unmentioned when we discuss about sociology and sociology in tertiary education. And the third issue is that there is a high level of graduate unemployment, which, though acknowledged as a distinctive characteristic of the Greek labor market, has attracted only limited attention from researchers. So there is a kind of, there is no correspondence between those who go out from the universities and those who enter the labor market. So this is a low correspondence, which should be publicly acknowledged. It's a structural issue. I'm not saying that it should be otherwise, but it is more or less a matter of fact. So the increasing competition about university graduates following the expansion of tertiary education for a relatively stable number of jobs in the public sector and the incapacity of the private labor market to increase the number of specialized job positions available have served to create a stock of graduates who increasingly face the dilemma of being unemployed or undertaking jobs that do not correspond to their qualifications, with the result of high precarity of those who are university graduates or postgraduates. So, a short explanatory context to understand what I'm actually saying here. A basic argument is that the increasing educational opportunities in Western European countries followed the emergence of the welfare states in these nations and were thus accompanied by new professional roles for social scientists and more particularly for sociologists. That is the classic story. My argument here is that Greece, in the Greek case, the increasing educational opportunities were less due to the expansion of the welfare state and more have to do with states' determination to accommodate the demands of the lower social strata or middle strata, whatever, for tertiary education qualifications, not employment, but so to maintain the aspirations of people because the reality is there and is very harsh. The role of the state looms large still, despite that we are living in a neoliberal country. The state looms large by regulating the whole tertiary education system and controlling the number of students per discipline. Still, the number of people who insert each department is set by the ministry. Still today, okay? Exactly how many people how many students you are going to get, they define it. Never mind what you say. And institution per higher education, it consistently created and maintained an oversupply of graduates. And this oversupply meant that a high immigration of graduates, and in times of crisis, this was a big explosion of that. So the oversupply of social science graduates, for whom the cost of education is much lower compared to the natural and political sciences, makes it cost-effective for educating public employees. There is a contradiction there. Conversely, the social utility of natural and positive sciences was or is grounded in the fact that they are longer established and better connected to the labor market. So the competition with social science graduates, it's to the detriment of the latter. So the angle of the labor market, I would like to bring this angle into the discussion because this is rarely mentioned among sociologists because it's considered not favorable. So the angle of the labor market, in my opinion, is very important because there is a permanent issue there for all graduates, never more so about for social scientists. So there is a high unemployment among graduates, and this is due to the weak link, as I said before, the educational system and the labor market, and this is a permanent issue. But both the state and higher education in Greece have systematically insisted on not taking into account the needs of the market and following the old path of tertiary education expansion. There is a path dependency here, and also the current discussion in Greece about creating non-public or private universities is also along this path, creating and enlarging the educational sector, implying that this would give more opportunities to the people who want to be educated again. The argument is similar. So there is a big discussion about how far jobs can be created and skilled jobs for social science can be created. And I will, before going to the conclusions, I would like to show some statistical data. The statistical data come from the last census, not the census of 2022, but the census of 2011, because the data for census of 2021, is not available yet. We don't know when they will be available, but this is unpublished data, and we had access to the raw data actually to take out this information. According to the last census, there's less than 200,000 persons with a social science degree in Greece, okay? Which represent 11% of the total number of university graduates in the country, back in 2011, 10 years ago, so more or less. So the two more established and larger groups of social scientists are less feminized. I can show you here a table. You see that economists and political scientists are much, more people are graduates from the economic sciences, the economics and political science than on sociology. And you can see that sociology, international European studies, media, social anthropology, and so on, they are more feminized than the others. This has to do with their professionalization. I'm not commenting on that. We can bring it up to the discussion, but it's very important. So around 12,000 people had sociological degree, any degree in sociology by 2011. It's not a huge number. Census data, okay? If we see the distribution of social science graduates by professional group and unemployment, you will probably see that sociologists, among the employed sociologists, who are around 8,000, there is a distribution there. A lot of them are allocated in the more skilled professions. The same goes for a smaller number of unemployed sociologists, because they had employed before, but 42% are the new unemployed. So the larger number of the people who are unemployed sociologists are those who just introduced to the labor market. And you can see that the comparison with economics, political scientists, and social anthropologists to have a range of different conditions. So, you can see here the unemployment rate for sociologists back in 2011, in exceptional times, it was 18%. For economists, 12%. For political scientists, nearly 16%, but for social anthropologists, nearly 27%. And I have two other tables to show you before I conclude. The distribution of the employed social science graduates by professional group and gender, so there's a disaggregation between men and women. You see, among sociologists, there is not a big gender difference among sociologists, male and female. But the decision, the proportional is important. The proportions are important, having to do with the feminization of each discipline. And this is the last one. This is very important, a disaggregation by type of degree. You can see that for sociologists, those with doctoral degree, probably in universities or high institutions, is 76% are holding scientific positions. This is, of course, related to their qualification, but with lower qualifications, the people who with bachelor degree have a higher number of hetero-employment or over-education. I mean, they work in employment positions requiring lesser or different qualifications. So, my concluding remarks. So it was only in the 1980s that the discipline was combined with low professionalization and high politicization and present as the hallmark of Greece's new modernity. So there is a specific way specific mode that sociology became widely acknowledged in the 80s. Low professionalization, as I said, high politicization, and these were the important aspects. In later decades, low professionalization was maintained in conjunction with the public sector with limited aspirations, just to become a public employee. Nothing more than that. At least get a position in the school or in the public administration was enough for the sociology graduates. In the sociology departments, many academic sociologists and non-sociologists had the opportunity to educate what they called, some of them, radical missionaries of Greek modernity. So there's a kind of underlying, I would say, missionary aspect of those who were teaching sociologists in some departments, and we saw it yesterday in the presentations from some departments, and still holds true for a large number of Greek academics in the sociology departments or in the universities. The main idea initially was that sociologists did not need professional training, since secondary education and the wider public sector provided the opportunities required for young graduates. And the early feminization of sociology was an indication of this professional orientation. So hard quantitative sciences were criticized for being superficial and naive in their approach, while critical and hermeneutical approaches were recommended as holy grails. Inevitably, less attention was paid to methodological, quantitative and or qualitative methods and techniques than to grand theories and theoretical debates that encouraged conceptual clashes and antagonisms. And I think that I represent an example like that, because I was taught in the Panion University when I was undergraduate student. We only taught of theories, nothing more, not so much methodology. Also, methodology was purely theoretical. Later on, things might have changed, but I'm not very adamant on that. So the worshipping of social theory, and I don't consider it as a negative, but worshipping only social theory has been to the detriment of practicing sociology and applying social methods, which are considered as positivist, empiricist, and simplistic exercises. Sociology in Greece experienced a strong push towards becoming an iconic discipline identified with intellectuals and the elites. So sociologists, in many cases, saw themselves as public intellectuals and forgot their craft, in my understanding. The inherent contradiction was that the students who entered sociology departments, despite the fascination with the discipline, encouraged by the academic instructors, at the end of the day required a degree that corresponded to professional qualification with a view to entering the labor market. And I consider this to be a huge contradiction. Huge contradiction. Sorry, I'm going to stop. Greek sociologists need to strengthen their professional status, not only by acting in defense of their domain, but also, and more importantly, in alignment with what Olga said already, by reaching out the public arena and becoming more visible through their practice and applications of sociology. I'm not totally in favor of applications, but people should show what they are able to do and how they contribute to the public arena. The renewal and improvement of sociology, along with the continual refinement and understanding of its subject matter, requires both a value-oriented, and a scientific approach which makes sociology scientific and normative at the same time. Not only normative, scientific and normative. Not forget the scientific aspect. So professional sociology cannot be identified with its public function, because it's a function, but rather the public arena needs professional sociologists able to fulfill their roles without confusing them. Creating a robust professional sociology will enable sociologists to undertake various other roles as public intellectuals, critical voices, and public figures when required, but not reducing themselves to these roles. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for taking more. Questions? That's all.
Maybe I can go first because my question is very incisive, and it's for apostles. What exactly do you mean when you talk about that students are increasingly more politicized. I mean, I know what it means, but I didn't understand how it reflects on the teaching of sociology in universities. So, and how is that a problem, by the way?
Okay, do you want to collect some questions, not only one? Do you want to collect some questions? So, you agree?
Fine, yeah.
Yeah?
Good morning, thank you. I would like to ask all of you, but particularly Olga, why we are nowadays finding ourselves to defend our domain. I mean, that was always the case. When, from the beginning of the birth of the discipline.
Please
Speak.
turn the
Is it on?
Ah.
Is it on?
Yes, it's on.
Ah, okay. Put it
So I
Πιο
have to
κοντά.
speak more
Yeah,
loudly.
because
Yeah.
we have
Πιο κοντά στο μικρόφωνο απλώς.
Yes. So, Olga, I was wondering why this is more important today to defend our domain through these interdisciplinary conflicts and penetrations, etc., while that was the case even from the birth of our discipline, not only of sociology, but of psychology, criminology, and other branches of social sciences. I mean, what has been lost in the way? And for Apostolos, I would like to ask, our discipline is offering meaningful understandings of the world or the worlds. Why we feel obliged nowadays to work towards our usefulness to applied research and applications, while half of the discipline, at least originally, was destined to social work and social practitioners who are actually offer, I mean, societies have a lot to gain from a group of sociologists as social workers.
Thank you. Thank you for all the talks. I'd like to say that I'd like very much Olga Salido's belligerent approach, also in the sense of initiating sociological wars towards establishing a new role and stronger role for sociologists. But I'm wondering whether it might be interesting to link this plea for a more dynamic stance of sociologists with what Apostolos Papadopoulos said about the way sociologists are being educated in the process of creating stronger processes of social mobility. It's very interesting that within the social democratic consensus of the post-war, there was the idea of social policy, and we'll know that there is a connection between this centrality of social policy and sociology. But on the other hand, in this process, social policy was linked also to the expansion of education, which has to do with political pressures and the idea that more strata should have the opportunities to enter social mobility in this era. And it's very interesting to see whether the way sociologists have been educated in the process of expansion of higher education can be linked to the way that professional roles have been developed within this process. And sometimes I feel that the hard aspect of sociology, which has to do with very elaborate theory and its connection with very robust research, this aspect has been undervalued in the process of the expansion of higher education and the idea of educating many social scientists. So there's a question to both of you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for these very interesting presentations. I would like to pose some questions first for Spiros. We heard about the peripheral legacy, let's say, we have here in Greece. Yesterday we also tackled a little bit of this matter. How do you think this peripheral legacy can be used to continue building now and for the future the sociological community here in Greece? So trying to draw from the past to the future. And to Olga, a provocative question. When you ask at the end, this is a battle to be fought by whom, by which means, and which battlefields? My question is, do you think that all the, or the majority of the sociologists identify this battle? So I would go before that and try to think if we need to do some work also between us to identify this kind of battles. And I think you gave a very good contribution to that as well. And to Apostolos, I was very intrigued when you said, yes, okay, we need to work on the public arena as sociologists. So we need to develop also applications of sociology and develop more applied sociology, but not forget the scientific aspect. And I think sometimes we have kind of two fields of the theoretical, non-practice-oriented sociologists that are really scientific, let's say, and on the other hand, the others that tend to also sometimes think that applied sociology is not scientific. So this, you know, this frontier that is very, it's kind of tricky. Also to reinforce our role as a public discipline, let's say, from my perspective. Well, it's just some provocative questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for these fascinating contributions. I have a question for Apostolos regarding the feminization of sociology. I was very intrigued by this, and I was just wondering whether this works with the idea of intersectionality, you know, the matrix of oppression and disprivilege, you know, being a woman and being a sociologist at the same time. And what do you think the future of this is, you know? Thank you. Thank you very much.
But it's better to start answer to some questions. I have a question to
Because I have a question for Olga as well.
Yeah, okay. Please, you go first, please. You're going to...
Actually, no, just a very brief. Olga
Okay.
is fascinating, but maybe sometimes we need to reconsider how do we visualize economics, since, for instance, much of the colonization initiative comes from economics. So, for example, if you look at the capability approach, which comes from SAM, that is an altogether different understanding of the issue of inequality, with much more embedded normative questions that is gradually pushing towards sociology. So it's a territory which is extremely prestigious, with loads of practical application on local, regional, global level capability approach. Has a robust group of intellectuals sort of like supporting it. So I was wondering, maybe one strategy is if they, you know, if one identifies sort of like allies within the discipline of economics and make the counteroffensive there, right? And say, for example, okay, well, there's a lot of sociological implications in your argument, and sociology would be extremely favorable to something, you know, to other criteria rather than the ones. So I'm wondering if maybe our own conception of economics needs to be kind of restructured as well, rather than looking at the straight neoliberal kind of version of it, which is of course predominant, but within economics that's also subject to criticism.
Okay. And my question to you, and then we start from. I think it's. I think all presentations were complementary in a way because they developed in different angles of the same territory, the same issue as it expands at different levels. So when you said alternative pathways, and you mentioned, I noted down 3, maybe 4, but I noted down 3 pathways, like redressing unacknowledged work, you said. And I noted this down because I consider this to be a very important aspect. I'm not saying that the rest are not important, but this is especially important because we rediscover, actually, things which have been said in the past, but not given so much attention because the dominant narratives, sociological and other narratives, just side past this. But I would like to hear your comments on that, if you've got some examples other than the one that you already mentioned, just to understand what you actually mean on a specific subdiscipline or in numerous subdisciplines. That's the question. But you can, if you need some more time. But we'll start from you, I mean, in terms of...
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not necessarily saying, I'm saying that the standpoint of always comparing Greek sociology to the metropole centers, from which we've kind of learned a lot, and that's initially, you know, the comparison to make, may inadvertently make us, in a sense, you know, neglect potentially original work that has been done here. So in this sense, I refer to what I know best, which is like my field, sociological theory. And I mentioned this very interesting, potentially interesting episode of, you know, Emil Last and sociology. I mean, Gillian Rose has done it, but no one else. And that may be an opportunity to sort of like go back now and reconsider what's there. Now, I do remember Bourdieu's interview to Tsoukalas, where Bourdieu is saying that, yeah, even the Anglophone domination of the kind of sociological discourse, that in itself can be problematic, and encourages Greek sociologists to write in Greek, and work that could be deemed original to be sort of like translated for a wider audience. So I'm sure there is potentially work that awaits this kind of rediscovery. It's just that this rediscovery now has to be taken from a new lens. The lens of what? And now this aligns to the other question, the lens of, well, maybe metropole sociology has something to learn from southern sociology, because that's the kind of reciprocity there. I mean, there's a kind of power differential, but the whole idea of the post-colonial paradigm shift and the logic of the sociology transformed series is that, well, learning is reciprocal. So if we say, okay, we've learned a lot from British, French, German, American sociology, well, is there something that they can learn from us? And that's, I think, the idea, that's the spirit that animates the Sociology Transformed series. Now, as the series unfolds, potential reappraisals of Greek sociology will emerge also through similar accomplishments, maybe, right? Or similar problem shifts in other areas, in other regions. I mean, does anybody know anything about sociology of Ecuador? I don't. But the volume is out there. Or sociology of Portugal? Well, very little or nothing. Or sociology in Serbia. That automatically widens the plateau for our own appraisal in Greek sociology. Because, you know, if you always compare yourself to American sociology and British and French and German, it's likely that the comparison will be unfavorable. I mean, obviously there is this kind of best practice apprenticeship spirit, but the idea is, well, how do we fare compared to other sociologists? And the last point with regards to the periphery question, there are two peripheries. One is that Greek sociology is peripheral compared to the sort of like core traditions. But the other one was actually more maybe provocatively bringing up was the idea that there is within Greek sociology a periphery. So, you know, when I mentioned that, so for example, what can happen, one thing that can happen is to change the semantics of communication. If the semantics of communication is public-private kind of sociology, that's a semantics of communication that no longer works. First of all, it's exclusive, it excludes. And, you know, if you go back to this semantics of communication from Luhmann, this is what it does. It can exclude for functional purposes, but nonetheless excludes. So the idea is, well, if non-public practice of sociology in this country, which has a long tradition, right, has learned from the public university, has the public university anything to learn from the longest running curriculum in sociology in this country? And can the semantics change? The semantics can change very easily. You can say public and private non-for-profit versus private for-profit. The code becomes more inclusive. And ultimately the code is about who does sociology and who doesn't. So if there's a foreign institution with a long tradition in Greece, but with a messy reality, because the people who actually set it up, some of these people are in this audience, are those people who also have had distinguished careers at the Greek university, the actual reality is messy. It's the same people. So in that sense, it's more also, it's also about the semantics. So that's what I would say. It's one thing to consider.
Okay. Thank you. Probably we'll come back to that, to the things that you mentioned. Yeah, Olga, you want to have a go?
As you want. Okay, about Ioanna's question, why is more important to defend the discipline? Well, I think, of course, the battle started at the beginning of the times. But in this moment that we are so dependent on, you know, data and information, I think we have to reflect on the importance of knowledge, which is something completely different. So now if you bring so much data and you do strange graphs with that, and you show, I don't know, a mathematical formula, everything is sanctioned as, I don't know, the best science. And then journalists would call you trying to interpret that in a very simple and easy to consume way. And then this is diffused and published in the mass media and understood as, I don't know, a normal explanation of the reality by politicians and policymakers. And we sociologists are like this, saying, oh, so this is the right way to do things. So I'm not against, the advance of the time. I'm not against big data, but I'm in favor of knowledge. And I think sociological knowledge is important because we go to the core of the things that societies need to go on in a, I don't know, acceptable way. Caring of social cohesion, caring about social needs, equality of opportunity in the sense that, I mean, persons can go to access to higher education and so on and so forth. So I know that it is not different in a way, but it is because everything is so fast now, and information is so available on the cell phones everywhere, and is digested for us. So we need to take this digestion in a slow way and try to be visible for different instances and occupy spaces. And in this sense, I think institutions are important, and sociological, scientific, and professional associations are key drivers of this moment of this change. And about your nice provocative question, I'm not sure. We could do a survey. I'm not sure if about if sociologists are conscious of that, but I think we should open a space of reflection on that. And I'm not against economics, and I'm answering you. I mean, I don't mean you, but I want to say I'm married to a mathematician and economist, because it seems he hadn't seen enough mathematics, so he then went to the grade of economics. So I have it at home, and. But the question is, I mean, you point to a very sensible question, that is, are we misjudging economists? I don't know, but they don't care about if they are misjudging sociologists. I don't know if you had this experience, but I sent. I mean, when I saw that thing of the classes, economic classes, calling them social classes and middle classes, so I began to do research on that. So I sent an article to a socioeconomic journal, and they answered me back like saying, you are not economist. I can see that. And you should be using that specialized, sophisticated method, and that you probably, I mean, is too sophisticated for you. And I mean, I have studied social mobility, and I've been everywhere studying statistics and mathematics. And if I don't use a silly method, it's because I use a big concept. And I mean, so it is important to grasp the meaning of the concepts and to articulate a method to approach them in a sensible way. And so about, I don't agree about that economics inequality is more embedded in normative practice. They are more connected to people who take decisions, but sociological thought and, I mean, the political science, I mean, the theories of justice are not made in a way by economists. They run in an arena that is moral, and it is a sociological reflection on the base. So the sensible point is that interdisciplinarity. Should we mix up, like our colleague Robert Erickson, and do the right thing? This is the economic thing. Are our methods inferior to those of economics? I mean, if you use statistics, spatial models or whatever that are well suited for your research questions, we shouldn't be accomplished. of using different methods. And yes, we have, I think, I don't know if it is a war, but it is a battle to be fought ahead. So, and about the other question, I don't know your name. I don't know if you want to answer. Yes?
I just want to add some more comments to Olga's argument. Perhaps it's related to your question, to part of the question by Joanna, related to the competencies in order to to compete in this battlefield, if we can say. I will talk about just a couple of minutes about two things. First, the kind of structural issues that we have to consider, and second, about our message related to our fundamental core, the core of sociology. About the first one, I remember, I think it was our colleagues yesterday talked about the three dimensions of sociology: the scientific dimension, sociology as a science, as an art, and as a craft. I think this is a very useful conceptual division because, from my point of view, in order to compete, we have to excel in the three dimensions, not only in one of them, in the three dimensions. I mean, we need a robust science. We need, as an art, we need effective communications and rhetoric and all the tools that we can borrow from our colleagues from linguistics or communication science. And also we need craftsmanship, so we need professional abilities. And this, but with this specific topic, social mobility and some others, I will concentrate on knowledge, on our abilities to compete in producing robust science. What is the real structural problem, from my point of view, is about these topics. It's hard, It's there is a lot of knowledge accumulated in social mobility, from the 30s and 40s, It's quantitatively oriented, not only quantitatively oriented, but, there has been a lot of qualitative research. But in order to get involved, in a kind of conversation about scientific claims, people have to be experts, and know a lot about the origin of the data, the techniques, And what is the problem with sociology? Well, I think that we don't recruit enough graduates or postdocs, especially, or in order to create a critical mass, because people don't pick that topic because it's difficult. So if we compare, the level of discussion in the research committee, in the ISA research committees about social stratification 20 years ago, with the level of discussion right now, is completely different. It's, in terms of loss of critical mass, of people working, with, very carefully, real specialists working on that. So if you remember the numbers put by Apostolos, how many, here in Greece, how many degrees in economics do you have?
66,000.
So 60% compared to 6% of sociology or something.
4%.
So we are a small community, but if we take our specialties, social stratification and mobility, the community is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So this structural component is very important, you know, to keep in mind in order to be in the battlefield. You know, because otherwise, you know, you know, there are very few sociologists working on mobility because it's not, perhaps it's not fashionable, and the barriers for entrance are high. So it's not for everyone. You know, you know, people have to study hard for years in order to just to do basic things. That's the first thing to consider. And the other thing, I won't elaborate on this because we don't have the time, but perhaps later. I would like to believe that we have a substantive core, identifiable substantive core in sociology. I believe that. But I'm not sure if we are being successful in codifying it and packaging it and putting it in a way for other people in order to understand and to use it. So because sociologists, most of the time, we don't agree about this core. This is a real problem. So my view is we have some important meta-theoretical assumptions. Economists have their own, psychologists have their own, political scientists have their own, but sociology, we have our own meta-theoretical assumptions, a conception of human behavior and a conception of the nature of social facts, based on the ideas of social structure, culture, social relations, power, and so on. So I don't have to explain you know, from Max Weber or Durkheim to our days. But they are difficult to codify. And then we have a set of explanatory mechanisms in a lower level of abstraction. For instance, the concept of social capital. The concept itself is a set of explanatory mechanisms. The concept of institutions, the concept of intersectionality, for instance, is designed to be a kind of a set of explanatory tool. You know? But somehow it's difficult to get in a conversation with our colleagues if we don't establish a common understanding of our assumptions. Just that. Perhaps we can elaborate later.
I think we are, the time is over, but I'm trying to say only very, very few things. When one is presenting, I was elliptic in most of the arguments. Didn't have the time to elaborate properly. But politicizing the politicization of students is an issue in Greece, especially in social science departments. It's a permanent feature. Although this period there is a depoliticization of students. Most of the left wing are among the social science students. But this is a kind of changing. It's a changing nowadays. So the feminization of sociology, I just trying to point out this tendency. There is a feminization of the students. I mean, more women are students than men in Greece, which shows it's a kind of enabling tendency. I mean, more and more women are educated in tertiary education, but it's their larger presence to specific disciplines ends up with naming these disciplines as more, as a matter of fact, not as a, I'm not sexist, I'm not trying to say that where women are concentrated are lower status disciplines, but there is an expansion of women in general, but we should also make clear that they concentrate more in social science and humanities rather than the sciences. So there might be this segregation there. I don't know which are the mechanisms which send them away from the other sciences, although they are equally or more able than males. So, but this is, in terms of the labor market, it means something as to the labor positions they are taking. Not on my part, but on the part of the employers. So I try to make this point just to clarify this tendency. So for the other, I mean, why practicing? Please don't misunderstand what I said. I didn't say that sociologists should be all of them doing research. My main point is that sociology students should be, when they go out to the labor market, should not be only aware of social theory, should know also very well the methods, and in a way to be able, if they want to become professionals in sociology, to apply these methods. So not to be, I mean, not to reproduce social theory when they go out to the labor market doesn't help them at all, I think. Allows them to have a frame of mind, but apart from that, doesn't help them at all. Saying as a sociology graduate from a Greek university, not as a talking in ideally. So doing social theory is a very important issue. And not all the people can become good social theorists, but this is professional sociology, though. I mean, social theory, when it becomes and is reproduced by undergraduate students as their domain, I think it's misplaced. It's a misplaced target for them. That's my argument. So I think this clarification allows to understand more what I said in the presentation. So practicing sociology can be at all levels, but for different types of professions. I don't think that sociology is only for social work. Social work is one application of sociology, so as there are many other applications. And the way sociologists are educated, I think that's the most important problem as I see for their professionalization, because there is a big problem of how they are positioned in the labor market. I'm not talking about these people who get a master's degree and PhD. I'm talking about those people who get a first degree and then they have to navigate with within this labor market which changes all the time, and they have to have some skills, develop some skills and some professional certainties that they can contribute. But in terms of frame of mind, most of the sociologists and social scientists end up with a different frame of mind, more critical, and so on. We've achieved that in most of the cases, but this is not enough in order to get a position in the labor market. So I think, I think I will reply to Ligia later. It is a fuzzy domain. And I think we should cope with fuzziness in the near future. Working in a department of geography, myself, I'm happy that I'm working in a department where sociology is not the prime, and I will explain for that, is the prime target, because sociology can very much contribute to framing the mind of other people who are not sociologists, but they should be aware of the sociological angles or social science angles, and informs their way of thinking and not believing that their science is a monolithic, as Spiro said, monolithic science. I mean, geography is not a monolithic science, it's a interdisciplinary science, and they end up with using the tools and the methodologies monolithically, just like the maps and the data speak for themselves. So I think that's the different, but it's a different mission, I think, so for sociology within a department which is not sociology. So, to self-reflect, I think it's, I feel more enabled to do sociology working in a department where sociology is not the prime target. But this may be another contradiction. I'll stop here. I think we've discussed a lot. We should have a break at least for 10 minutes. And then the next session, Professor Stefanici was ill and they informed us yesterday that she couldn't come. So the next session has 3 papers again. Thank you so much. We'll have a break. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yeah, thanks for your talk. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very relevant also. Πολύ ωραία. Αυτά είναι πρέπει να γίνεται αυτή τη συζήτηση.
Δεν κάνουμε παράλληλους μονόλογους. Κάτι αλληλεπιδρούμε μεταξύ μας.
Εντάξει, το έχω πάρει.
θέμα.
Τώρα βαρέθηκα να κάνω animation.
Καλύτερα
σε
γιατί
καλό.
σας βγήκε σε καλό.
Θα το δείτε.
Έχουν Libre και γενικά υποστηρίζουν τα ελεύθερα λογισμικά.
Καλά, ναι, αλλά αυτά τώρα είναι λίγο...
Ναι, όμως ναι, εγώ τα βρίσκω λίγο δύσκολα.
Αυτά είναι λίγο φουνταμενταλιστικά κατά τη γνώμη μου, διότι
Βολικό.
ένας ορισμένος συμβιβασμός με την πραγματικότητα του κόσμου δεν βλάπτει.
Είναι αυτό εδώ λοιπόν, έτσι.
Το PPT, ναι, ναι.
Μια αντιγραφή.
Το έβγαλα, τα μάζεψα όλα τα files χωριστά για να μην μπερδευόμαστε.
Και τώρα θα μπω λίγο online, να κάνω ένα convert.
Ευτυχώς σκεφτόμουν να κάνω και animation, ευτυχώς δεν το έκανα animation. Γιατί με αρέσει πάρα πολύ σαν μέσο το PowerPoint. Προς τώρα αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ ελλειπτικό, έτσι, απλώς σαν πίνακας.
Πιο πολύ συζήτηση δηλαδή. Ναι.
Σαν εικόνα.
Ορίστε. Το έφτιαξα Λουκία, ευχαριστώ πολύ. Αυτό εδώ είναι λοιπόν.
Και αυτό πώς κινείται, θα δούμε.
Όχι, αυτό θα είναι με το βελάκι, θα σας δείξω τώρα.
Βελάκι,
ναι, δεν αλλάζει όμως διαφάνεια, το πατάμε συνεχόμενα σαν να αλλάζουμε σελίδα. Οπότε θα το αποθηκεύσουμε εδώ. Να τα έχουμε συγκεντρωτικά. Και θα σας το βάλω και στην επιφάνεια. Γιατί... PDF, ωραία. Και γραφή. Το βάλουμε και έξω. Δεν παίρνει το control V. Είναι... εδώ. Ναι. Έλα. Δεν αλλάζει και θέση. Είναι αυτό εδώ κάτω τέλος πάντων.
Τέλος πάντων, έχει σημασία.
Λοιπόν, να το δείτε κιόλας.
Ναι.
Κλείσουμε αυτό. Όχι, άνοιξα το PowerPoint. Χαζομάρα μου. PDF, θα το σβήσω καλό τελείως. Λοιπόν, βλέπετε είναι σαν σελίδα.
Ναι.
Και κατεβαίνει κατά αυτόν τον τρόπο.
Αυτό μένουν, έτσι.
Ναι.
Δεν πειράζει.
Δεν μπορούμε δηλαδή να το αποφύγουμε. Θα δω μήπως μπορώ λίγο με το zoom.
Όχι, δεν πειράζει. Εντάξει, εγώ τη δουλειά μου την κάνω, γιατί εγώ θέλω να δείξω.
Εγώ έχουμε εδώ στις μικρογραφίες και το σβήνω. Οπότε,
εντάξει, κατάλαβα. Ναι, εντάξει, ευτυχώς που δεν δούλεψε για animations. Αλλά κάντε κάτι, γιατί μπορεί να έρθει κάποιος που να έχει...
να υπάρχει θέμα, έχετε δίκιο. Ωραία, ασφαλής λοιπόν αφαίρεση δίσκου.
Βγάλατε το που είναι για να δω.
Και είσαστε εδώ πέρα.
Το κάτω ένα, έτσι, όχι το πάνω.
Το κάτω το σβήνω είναι το PowerPoint, το πάνω είναι που είναι PDF.
Ναι, τώρα το βλέπω, ναι, ωραία.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Εγώ ευχαριστώ πολύ.
μπερδευτούν τα συστήματα. Μιλάνε καθιστή, έτσι.
Ναι, ναι. Γι' αυτό έχουμε βάλει τα αυτά. Εγώ μάλλον από πάνω θα μιλήσω, γιατί μου φαίνεται με βολεύει και με
να βλέπεις το υπολογιστή.
Δεν έχω και πολλά, αλλά...
Are we ready? Hello. Hello, we are going to start the second section. Are we ready? Okay. Hello, I'm Vasilis Mamakas. I'm an associate professor in the University of Aristotle, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. I'm very happy to coordinate here the section 3 of our meeting. The title of the section is Sociology amidst Crisis and Politics. I suppose that we are going to discuss a lot about the relationship of sociology and politics here, and we should keep time for the discussion. So we are going to start with Mr. Alexandros Kirtsis, the emeritus professor of the Kapodistrian University of Athens. So, Alexandros, you have the floor.
Is it okay? Yes, I think. Okay. So, hello, everyone. First, I would like to tell you a brief anecdote which is inspired by Olga's and Manuel's comments, who were being interested in the comparison between the roles of sociologists and economists. Well, the economists, sometimes in a self-ironic style, they tell an anecdote about themselves. There is an economist who dies and goes to heaven, and as we know, St. Peter holds the keys of heaven, and he meets the economist and asks him, what are you? He said, well, I'm an economist. Let's see whether you've been a very good economist in life. So he checks everything, and he said, well, you've been a very good economist in life, so next time you're going to live, I'm going to reincarnate you into a physicist. So comes a next one, another economist, and he's been checked by St. Peter. He said, well, you've been a very bad economist in life. Next time you'll be reincarnated, you're going to be a sociologist. So, I mean, this is the way those people see us, actually, and this has to do with many things, for instance, also for the role of mathematics and modeling they are using, which is one of the most problematic aspects of the profession. So let's now turn to serious business. I cannot avoid to start my talk with a comment on the title. In the program, in the printed program, it appears with commas missing between the words research, rhetoric, and politics. So we need the commas, in my view, between the research, rhetoric, and politics in order to understand what I'm going to tell you. The responsibility lies totally with me, and I must apologize for this. My intention is not to restrict myself in talking about research rhetoric and its relationship to politics. By the way, the missing commas made me suddenly think about something which was not in my mind, namely research rhetoric and its relationship to politics. I realized that research rhetoric can be a quite interesting term, perhaps close to what Dorothy Nelkin called selling science, both to the general public and to the interior of research communities. This, however, will be the topic of another talk. Selling science is linked to what Donald Mackenzie regards as knowing things by authority and not by trying to trace down the interrelationships between conceptual, logical, and factual antecedents of the construction of realities. More broadly, as we know, the connection between authority and acceptance of opinions is a topic in many sociological approaches. In this talk, I'll try to show in what sense the distinction between research, rhetoric, and politics and the interrelationships between them play a role in the process of decision-making whenever we seek to formulate and implement policies or to manage complex organizational processes. Managing organizational processes is something we can rarely avoid when we try to solve problems, especially when we are facing dilemmas regarding the appropriate course of action. To the extent we tend to be interested in the rational grounding of action, the latter presuppose persuasion and consequent mobilization of agents through explicit argumentation. Deception by rhetoric is often the chosen way, in most cases with dire consequences. The relationship between the rational argument and deception is, as we know, in the case of rhetoric, an ambivalent one. This is not irrelevant when we try to discuss the relationship between the rhetoric of power games, of politics, and sociological research. The assumption here is that in many cases, rhetoric and politics derive their content from the sociological discourses, often with reference to the authority of those engaged in sociological research. Many of us who cannot live without projecting sociological identities hope that this can be as frequent as possible the case. But does this mean that sociological discourses play at the same time a decisive role in decision-making in the context of attempts to solve social, economic, political, or cultural problems? Can sociological discourses, especially the ones with solid foundations on professionally designed research, be regarded as indispensable for solving often problems such as those related to climate change or detrimental conflicts or the unequal distribution of the probability of enjoying as good as possible good health until late years? We tend to develop arguments favorable to our guild, but this doesn't mean that society and the most essential decision makers, the politicians, think in the same way as we do. From the titles of the next talks to be delivered, but also from the previous ones by my colleagues in this and the previous panel, I see that many facets of these or similar issues will be taken in and thus help us to engage in the highly interesting discussion on this issue. I'll try to make my point by referring to a story which can help us raise questions about the standing of sociology within processes of decision-making. The story has been put on record by the philosopher Bertrand Russell in the first volume of his autobiography. The hero is a personality you are certainly familiar with, namely the great economist John Maynard Keynes. The incident took place in Cambridge at the beginning of the 20th century. I'll read you Russell's own words on this. Russell, that's Russell now. On Sunday, August 2, 1914, I met him, Keynes, harrying across the great court of Trinity College. I asked what the hurry was, and he said he wanted to borrow his brother-in-law's motorcycle to go to London. Why don't you go by train? I said. Because there isn't time, he replied. I did not know what the business might be, says Russell. But within a few days, the bank rate, which panic mongers had put up to 10%, was reduced to 5%. This was his doing. End of quotation. I am tempted to compare this story about Keynes with the work that is being done in social studies of finance, a growing branch of sociology in the last 2 decades. Those working in this field try to understand the connection between the sociality of financial technologies and the social dynamics of the financial sector, and of course the impact of these on society, detrimental impact sometimes, as we know, as we know from the latest financial crisis. One of the results of pertinent research is that behavioral and institutional changes required to still the course of taking measures in order to make finance accountable and to embed it in socially meaningful attitudes would require time, the span of which would make any intervention obsolete because of rapidly changing conditions in the financial markets. Keynes didn't intend to change the social and institutional ramifications of finance, but just to change the in the short term, a few parameters depending upon announcements of decisions of governing bodies in finance and government. There can be no such effects following announcements about intentions to re-socialize the staff of banks and of other financial organizations and their bosses, or about the redesign of the internal social organization of financial institutions. This makes crucial the question of temporality of plans of action, which might result from the communication of decisions based on sociological research. I doubt whether we can tell a similar story to that of Keynes about any renowned and respected sociologist. In this respect, we must keep in mind that sociological insights have rarely been respected by politicians, who are the ultimate decision makers, although sociologists, as public figures, have been often exploited for publicity reasons. For instance, in Greece, 2 prime ministers, Kostas Simitis and Alexis Tsipras, asked to be accompanied in several occasions by Nikos Mouzelis and Konstantinos Tsoukalas, the 2 most renowned living Greek sociologists, who appeared on stage with them. But the way these 2 sociologists are critically questioning power relations in their writings have never been integrated in the policies of the prime ministers who exploited them for their image making. This is telling from the institutionalization of Greek sociology as a source of rhetoric and references to social problems, but not for the significance of Greek sociology for decision making that might contribute to the formulation and interpretation of policies, for instance, against inequalities. And this in spite of existing robust research and extensive research results by Greek social scientists. Such a significant contribution is what sociologists dream of. Max Weber, as we know, belonged to the ones who didn't hide his ambition to be invited to change the course of political developments with his sociological expert views. Some people from the circle of Vienna in interwar Austria have been invited to exert influence on the shaping of social policies, and among these, Paul Lazarsfeld. Samuel Stauffer was during the Second World War invited to base on thorough sociological research the human resource policies of the United States Army. In the golden era of sociology between the end of the Second World War and the onset of the era of neoliberalism, let's say roughly between 1945 and 1975, during the so-called Trente Glorieuses, sociologists have been commissioned to essentially contribute to the formulation and sometimes also to the implementation of policies. It was the time of the rapid development of special sociologies beyond theory. For instance, urban sociology from urban planning, medical sociology, etc. These special sociologies have been different from the predominant special sociologists of the neoliberal era, such as sociology of finance, social studies of science and technology, social studies of information systems. The latter have more to do with the complex organization of neoliberal economies, whereas the former had to do with social policies which were regarded as essential for the functioning of states grounded more or less on the social consensus, social democratic and Keynesian consensus of the time. But even in this case, the connection between expertise and decision-making remained rather loose. One of the reasons for this is that sociological dimensions as part of intellectual effort preceding decision-making, whenever this really happens, remained incremental. We must think very hard to find any political decision as the final act of shaping policies or even elements of piecemeal engineering, which had been the direct consequence of grounded sociological verdicts. This incrementality makes many think that sociologists are superfluous. It is obvious, as I believe, that moving from the incrementality towards regarding sociological parameters as of high centrality shifts the focus towards questions of distribution of power in society, distribution of power. And this, as we all know, is not always preferable, to put it mildly. This is also a problem when the incremental role of sociologists in inter- or transdisciplinary networks is elevated to critical importance and thus diminishes the omnipresence of representatives of other more powerful disciplines, such as the natural sciences, mathematical sciences, and engineering, and here also the lawyers play a role. They try sometimes to put us in the shadow. This is perhaps a starting point in order to discuss the marginal role of sociologists in the formulation and implementation of policies for taming the climate crisis, for instance. We should not be blinded in this respect by the significance of the sociology of ecological movements. We must try hard to find any evidence, in spite of extensive research in this field, about integrating social movements into the core elements of governance practices as a consequence of this stream of research. The argument here goes that the less sociological expertise questions power relations, the more it is accepted as an ingredient of chains of decision-making, in that matter of technocratic or worse, bureaucratic decision-making. This makes a sociologist, in the eyes of technocrats, especially if they are subservient to politicians, inferior to psychologists and, of course, to mainstream economists, or to pollsters who deliver useful information for the manipulation of publics, many of whom come from our ranks. The other reason pushing sociologists to the margins is that measures which might be regarded as essential due to the acknowledgement of results of sociological research or of less ambitious studies require, as already noted, longer time spans of maturation. This brings sociological discourses in an oblique position to the velocity of politics, to borrow a term coined by Paul Virilio. This brings us to a different problem, which has to do with the abduction of sociology by often self-appointed revolutionaries. Revolutionaries think in terms of an accelerated time, leading to a point of condensation of time, leading in turn to a point where every problem which caused the revolutionary process tends to vanish because new power relations prevail. In everyday life, we characterize the latter as the self-betrayal of revolutions. This temporality and its relationship to power creates an almost unsolvable problem of the relationship between utopias of change and sociology. In this context, sociological discourses result from the most part in the discourses of discontent and subsequent discourses of indignation. The implicit idea is that there is an automatism leading directly from discontent and indignation to the solution of problems arising from inequality and injustice. Within many postmodern streams, which have elevated the idea of performativity as the quintessence of social thinking, this doesn't seem to be much of a problem. And of course, on the basis of such concepts of change towards the amelioration of social and political conditions, performativity goes hand in hand with supposedly legitimate deceptive rhetoric. In all revolutionary theories, rhetoric has two interrelated functions. The one has to do with mobilization towards believing in a utopia and thus act accordingly. The other has to do with legitimizing the suppression of those who do not follow suit in the process of transforming utopian ideas into oppressive social and political technologies adopted in the name of teleological philosophies of history. What have these things to do with sociological research? At this point, we need to remind ourselves that sociological research has to do with the connection of logically robust theoretical speculation with information gained from data. The interplay between the methods of representation of information and the language of theory creates pieces of meta-language which shift the perspectives of things and thus alters the terms of shaping discourses on social issues. They become, through this, as we say, research-informed discourses. What we can call sociological research has an implication that it creates meta-languages of everyday and political discourses on social issues. If we seek to make the knowledge incorporated in such meta-languages functional for decision-making, then we are caught in problems regarding the tension between research, rhetoric, and politics. The second slide. I don't want to go into further details. In a broader sense, what we are facing here is the problem of understanding the relationship between intellectual communities and political elites. I'll show you just quickly this kind of tensions we have. And then the last slide, sorry, it's a problem here. I don't know how it works. Αυτό και άλλο προχώρα άλλο ένα. Αν προχώρα άλλο ένα, αυτό, προχώρα πίσω αυτό. Οκ, εκεί σταματώ. Τέλεια, ευχαριστώ. Sorry. Well, in a broader sense, what we are facing here is a problem of understanding the relationship between intellectual communities and political elites. A relationship which in many cases leads to a kind of merging between these two otherwise distinct groups. I can send you the, if you give my address, I can send you the PowerPoint with just a very elliptical one, but it corresponds a little bit to what I'm trying to say here. There is a problem here, the importance of which has been stressed by Max Weber. If there is no such merging, intellectuals tend either to be linked with bureaucracies or to make themselves irrelevant by exercising a kind of l'art pour l'art. If they identify themselves with political elites, they tend to lose the prestige and authority of scientific expertise unless they are ready to distort truth for the sake of political engagement. There is a different perspective on this offered by Niklas Luhmann. Effective policymaking requires a certain degree of disentanglement from central political conflicts, but without losing sight of power relations. In practical terms, this requires a certain degree of interconnections between intellectual, technocratic, and political elites on a common intellectual ground, which is not really an easy exercise. These questions can be translated into questions of the significance of meta-languages. How can we create bridges between ordinary, everyday, and political languages and meta-languages of social research? Interestingly, we can observe such interconnections in the cultural and intellectual history of the era of modernity. This is something that does happen and sometimes creates cultural shifts. Think of Marxism or Freudianism in modern times and the significance of the reverberations of sophisticated theoretical constructions for widespread everyday discourses. The issue is that many things get lost in the translation between meta-languages and ordinary languages. Marx, interestingly, hoped to avoid this in his concept of the education of workers, as expressed in the introduction of the Russian edition of the Capital. Marx was not a populist. And John Stuart Mill takes a rather compatible stance when he talks about the importance of workers' education for the functioning of representative government. This is not a stance of popularizers. They are not interested in selling social science by adopting rhetorical techniques of evoking emotions. They are interested in disseminating the substance of arguments by making these understandable. In other words, they seek to make publics familiar with meta-languages and even with the way these have been created through research. I doubt whether most advocates of public sociology follow Marx's and Mill's approach. I have tried through these fragmentary presented pieces of thoughts to pinpoint the tensions we have to deal with if we want to effectively defend sociology as a profession which creates bridges between decision-making aiming at coping with social problems and the fruitful exploitation of meta-languages emerging from sociological research. I don't want to go into further details. I can just give you, with my slides, schematic impressions of the tensions we are facing. I would like to say a few additional words on the slide of the interconnections between various segments of elites and the role of sociology in understanding these interconnections. It is worthwhile asking the question whether sociological meta-languages emerging from sociological research can be a catalytic element in the process of shaping these interconnections. Sociologically informed decision-making cannot easily succeed without the politics of intellectual elites adopted in the attempt to influence their relationship to bureaucrats and politicians. In my view, this brings at the epicenter of sociological inquiry the sociology of intellectual elites, as well as the sociology of epistemic communities of politicians, who build their authority on the exploitation of the intellectual capital available in politically organized societies. Many sociologists are interested in this context in political epistemology, in the research on political epistemologies. This can bring us also closer to a comparative perspective, which might set the stage for thinking about the role of sociology in Southern Europe. What kind of sociological discourses are being both explicitly and latently used by politicians in these countries, and how are professional sociologists in all walks of professional life influenced by the dominant political discourses which are implanted both in the rhetoric and in the way they, in one way or another, create the basis of theoretical informed research strategies. Here I refer both to naive and sophisticated and philosophically epistemologically founded theoretical constructs. I think that it makes sense to ask the question whether these tensions, dilemmas, and contradictions acquire a special character in Southern European societies. In all these countries, the political culture, which is of decisive importance for the translation of mental language into ordinary languages, is somehow embedded in discourses relating dictatorship with resistance. The element of civil war and the traumas these imply is also very important in at least two of these, Spain and Greece. They all differ from Germany, of course, which also has gone through hard times of brutal dictatorship, perhaps the hardest according to Hannah Arendt. And the Russian dictatorship is also a different case, which cannot be taken as a reference for comparisons. What I would like to stress is that the peculiarities of the experience of the dialectics between oppression and resistance, or the mythologies thereof, play a crucial role for the interplay between everyday discourses and sociological meta-languages in these countries. Another interesting point, in my view, is that none of the Southern European countries, with exception of Italy, has essentially participated in the foundational processes of classical sociology. Only Italy was part of it, really part of it. This brings into the discussion the importance of cultural and intellectual transfers, the process of borrowing discourses developed in different contexts from the ones in which political conflicts and public disputes take place. The analogies and metaphors, which are always carried along with such transfers, create, in my view, stronger tendencies of enrichment of everyday discourses and rhetorical practices. The tendencies are stronger if compared to sociological research-informed sociological meta-language, which my enriched process of decision-making required for the solution of social, political, economic, and cultural problems in these countries. I will stop at this point with my fragmentary presentation of thoughts, hoping that this will facilitate the discussion on sociology amidst crisis and politics. And I must thank you for your attention and for your patience.
Thank you very much, Alexandros. I think you raised a lot of issues that we can discuss later on. Maybe the interesting example you brought about Simitis and Tsoukalas and Mouzelis is a very interesting case to explore if the modernization discourse was influenced by them or not, in what range at
Here
least.
speaks the specialist of on everyday culture.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go on. Now we have Georgia Lagoumji, okay?
Yes.
And here she's a lecturer at the Diri American University of Greece. Politics and the adventures of institutionalization of sociology in Greece. Okay, you have the floor.
I'll just sit here normally, but I have a couple of PowerPoint slides, which are right here, Alexander, right here. Yes. No, nothing really. Okay, you just, okay, right. So, hello from me too. I'm very happy to be in the company of such intellectuals and contributors to sociology. So I'd just like to talk a little bit about the adventures, as the title suggests, of the institutionalization of sociology in Greece, and in fact try to tie it to political events and, more widely politics right here. Professor Tatsis yesterday, of course, mentioned the origins, the beginnings of sociology in Greece by focusing on the sociological society founded in 1908 by Alexandros Papanastasiou. And indeed, we can tie this idea of sociology as social reform to the traumas of course, the Greco-Turkish War of 1897 and the 1922 later on defeat. But for the moment, we are still in the 19th century, and this trauma, this political trauma, had to have a healing. The healing of the trauma of this defeat was sought through the introduction of a new rhetoric of social reform. John Peristiani, who was instrumental in establishing the center, the National Center, what became later the National Center of Social Research, talked about sociology as being introduced as a scientific sounding name for a movement of social reform. So Alexandros Papanastasiou and the Sociological Society were established with a twofold aim. On the one hand, the popularization of philosophical, sociological, and economic studies, and on the other, the redefinition of the role of the state in a paternalistic direction to ensure the end of exploitation and the empowerment of the working class. To achieve the latter goal, it was deemed necessary not only for the working people to organize in cooperative associations, but also around a new political party that would address workers' issues. And of course, in the course of the Sociological Society, the first short-lived review of social and legal sciences was published. Still, we are at a very early time where scholarship remains subservient to political argument. And Socrates here, of course, in his many contributions to the history of sociology in Greece and the adventures of sociology in Greece, states that the identification of science, sociology with a politically tinged social reform meant that the necessary autonomy from extra scientific interventions was suppressed from the start, right from the start. So maybe this realization, but more importantly, the idea that deeper knowledge of the conditions of social and economic malaise should be a precondition for any state action, led in 1916 to the renaming of the Sociological Society into the Society for Social and Political Science. One can assume that one of the intentions behind this development was the rediscovery of one of the original aims of the Sociological Society, namely the support and popularization of the philosophical, sociological, and economic studies. But as Peristiani, again, and I'm quoting him again, says, what was to be popularized was in Greece as yet unborn. Essentially, the Society for the Social and Political Sciences started cooperating with the journal Archive of Economic and Social Sciences between 1921 and 1971. That journal existed, edited by political economist Dimitrios Kalitsounakis, whose contribution to the social sciences was so significant that he received the National Academy Award for this journal. The journal focuses on analysis of historical phenomena, problems facing European societies after the Great War, approach from sociological, economic, and political science perspectives. The journal, moreover, includes the first discussions about Greece's potential paths to modernity through the creation of agricultural cooperatives, as a potential answer to the agrarian question, workers' groups, social classes, class conflict. Of course, one shouldn't really fail to mention here the two chairs in sociology that were first established in, the first one being established in Thessaloniki, and and lasting for a little less than a decade, from 1926 to 1935, led by Avrotelis Eleftheropoulos, and the other following shortly in Athens from 1929 to 1935, led by, occupied by Panagiotis Kanellopoulos. And of course, there is a third proto-sociologist, who I would call proto-sociologist, Evangelos Lembesis, who, apart from very, very short time, never really held an institutional post. Indeed, in the end, proto-sociologists, especially Panagiotis Kanellopoulos, early founder of the Sociological Society, Alexandros Papanastasiou, were won by politics in the end, and their sociological concerns came second. Eventually, then we, again, we can say that, at the time, indeed, there is a poverty of social research. Sociology remains pretty much until 1935 an undeveloped and undernourished discipline in Greece. And proto-sociologists, we might say, eventually, definitely failed in their goal to establish a broader sociological base which the younger generations of Greek scholars could use as a frame of reference to further the institutionalization and legitimization of sociology in modern Greece. Let us not forget that what comes, of course, in the way is the Second World War. After 1935, we have the dictatorship of Metaxas in 1936, and eventually 1940, the Second World War, which was detrimental to any hopes that sociology would become institutionalized. In fact, both chairs were stopped functioning, they were annulled. Only the Athens chair in sociology, imagine that after 1935, it was occupied again in 1974. So this really says a lot about the political difficulties and the political turmoil and its effect on sociology. Right here, from 1945, at the end of the Second World War, until 1962, we have a move from sociology being a program of social reform to becoming a program for social welfare. And here, of course, the American College of Greece is instrumental precisely because it was part of the resurrection effort, not of sociology at all, but rather of Greece, to help, that institution help Greece, as it were. And of course, social welfare and social work went hand in hand at the time. There was quite wide curriculum. Of course, the emphasis was on community organization, social work, practical modules, and so on. But as the Greek government withdrew eventually its recognition of that program in 1971, and funding became more difficult to secure, the social welfare program was discontinued. In 1975, it was phased out. It was totally integrated into a liberal arts program. In the meantime, it seemed that the first sociology department, at the time, not quite a department, but an area, was established in 1962 and functioned, in the academic year 1962 to 63 under the directorship of renowned sociologists of law and criminologists, Kalliopi Spinelli. It's really quite interesting. Again, the 1960s are years of political turmoil, and basically there is a continuation of the standoff between right-wing political parties and left-wing political parties. But still, we really didn't have, in the public sector, any institutionalization as yet. Institutionalization thoughts about sociology, become established after basically the fall of the dictatorship. But in the years between 1959 and 67, there is what could be described as, and has been described indeed, as a sociological spring. From 1959 to 67, the Athens Social Sciences Center, later renamed into the National Center for Social Research, under Peristiani, Clemens, and John Campbell. Interestingly, you know, two of them are anthropologists, not social anthropologists and not sociologists at all, but with a very, very open mind and, of course, very sensitive to sociological issues. Now, of course, the center during, again, we're talking about hardly a decade of operation here until 1967, a year in which the dictatorship was established. We have, you know, tremendous, you know, flourishing of sociology, modernization, urbanization, the rural-urban divide are being, you know, are being emphasized. Of course, here, one of the studies that stands out is Lambiri Dimaki's study of women workers at the Piraiki Patraiki industry factory in Elefsis, a study that you know, ran from 1958 to 1960 and was eventually published. Such analyses were intended to have practical consequences for policymakers, often furnishing them with specific proposals towards a viable economic development in a modernizing country, only, of course, that it didn't really turn out to be like this. Of course, let me say here, since we are at Harokopio, we are being hosted here, that human geography, not social geography, but human geography, was at the center of the sociological spring, with many French contributors like Kaiser and others coming into Greece and conducting studies. One of the persons at the Athens Social Sciences Center whose name should not be missing from this presentation is Michalis Goutos, General Secretary of the Center, who emphasized already as early as 1966 the need for a migration policy, and that was pretty much unheard of at the time. So it redirected a lot of studies from that center towards migration studies, not only migration to the various, yes, thank you, to the various countries abroad, namely Germany and Belgium and other countries, but also internal migration. Guy Birzel, of course, has done a tremendous study of Athens regarding internal migration. So it really seems that sociology in Greece never lost sight of the connection between in-depth knowledge of society and social change, especially during the early years of the National Center for Social Research. I have used Konstantinos Tsoukalas's term, title of his book, The Greek Tragedy, to refer to the years 1968 to 74, the years of the Greek dictatorship. And indeed, the traumatic experiences of this period inspire a whole generation of sociologists, such as Tsoukalas, Mouzelis, Boulantzas, to mention just a few, to turn to historical sociology, attempting an explanation of the period that led to the junta years. Therefore, the sociologists of the time developed a professional habitus influenced by values of rationality and ethical responsibility, as Lambiri Dimati says, that reflected the ideal of Humboldtian higher education. Above all, the intellectuals of this period, until the restoration of democracy in 1974, were driven by an optimism and regarded sociology as a science whose methods provided the tools to fulfill the desire for policy making, especially in relation to the ascending welfare state. The real institutionalization period starts immediately after the restoration of democracy, metapolitevsi period, as we call it, and of course, you have the shift from authoritarianism to democracy and institutionalization at that time. We can say that from 1974 to 1981, social change targeted an antiquated political system, and in the post-1981 period, it targeted an antiquated society. So the institutional takeoff, as other contributors here have said, really starts in 1984 with the first sociology department at Pantheon University, what is today Pantheon University, and of course in the new department in Crete, in Rethymno, a department, however, which didn't really work before the academic year 1987 to 88. Again, we can say that against the background of growing politicization of debates relating to the nature and the role of public university during the years of the socialist government's hegemony, it seems that the intellectual forces at universities acquired a certain, quote-unquote, relative autonomy. Some examples here include Professor Tsaousis, who believed that in the creation of a body of new sociologists to be recruited by the public sector, as head analysts of the social dimensions of various social and political decisions, again, we have this idea, this belief in decision-making, specialists that come from sociology. We can also mention many other sociologists here, right here. Of course, in our book with Spiros, we have mentioned the inauguration of In the Paths of Thought, a TV program where our main sociologists here, like Konstantinos Tsoukalas and Veltsos and others, are essentially interrogating, again, great figures in sociology coming from the metropolises, not from the periphery, with probably one exception, Edouard Said, who also, whose analysis of Orientalism also figures here. I call this TV program as a period of visibility of sociology in the twilight zone, however. Indeed, we can say that sociology was in between, never really visible enough. Imagine that this program was shown at midnight every week or so. I mean, this was just ridiculous because nobody would just stay up until midnight to watch interviews with major sociologists. Of course, we have in the 1990s, the critique of the 1980s populism, Andreas Papandreou. Here, some setbacks include one of our ministers, Andrianopoulos, from a conservative government, that decided to cut the budget of the National Center for Social Research. Allegedly, two other politicians, Kostas Simitis and Nikos Christodoulakis, seem to have rescued the National Center for Social Research from this fate. Now, sorry, it's somewhere in between, right? I don't know whether we can actually, yes? Yes. Right here, okay. And again, very schematic, my presentation makes great leaps from one decade to the other. In the post-2000 period, of course, sociology and the lasting crisis, indeed, we can say that we've been in a crisis for a long, long time, but the latest Great Recession that starts in 2010 is really, carried until today. We have still, however, tremendous efforts like the inauguration of the Hellenic Sociological Society, of course, with Professor Tatsis here as its first president. A new sociology departments in 2019 and 2020 in that academic year at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. And we can talk about steady growth of sociology, which, however, I would like to stress this, seems to be moving along parallel universes, parallel worlds with politics. And politicians never seriously engaged the sociological research which the country produced. And of course, the status of sociologists was also very ambivalent and still is to some extent. Basically, of course, some of the people that, I didn't mention was Nikos Poulantzas, of course, and his contribution to the 1968 divide of the Communist Party, how he very eagerly of course, supported what became the Communist Party of the Interior, meaning that this Communist Party was a party which supported de-Stalinization and moved away from the more orthodox and deterministic Communist Party of Greece. So we've always had sociologists at the center of political debate, contributing to major political and historical events in Greece. And of course, social research has moved on ever since that time. But unfortunately, I think that we can still speak about that rift between politics and sociology. And of course, decision-making has always, we've never really used sociology for decision-making. So thank you very much for this, and this is it. One last.
Thank you very much for this brief history of Greek sociology. It was very illuminating, I think. And let's go on to Socrates. Socrates, Konyordos, are you going to speak from there?
I'll go from here. Thanks.
Your subject on public sociology in contemporary Greece, University of the Police, emeritus professor as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me. Let me just ask, influenced by Zoom meetings, do you hear me? Okay, thanks. Okay. So, public sociology. For Michael Barawoy, and I quote, public sociology seeks to enrich the public debate on ethical and political issues by instilling them with sociological theory and research, end of quote. What he proposes is to transfer the findings of sociology, its ideas and theories from the academic context to wider audiences of non-specialists, civil society as a whole. Elsewhere, and with increasing emphasis, Barawoy will argue that public sociology is a sociology engaged in labor, social, and political struggles. For Barawoy, public sociology is only one aspect, one direction of overall sociology. In addition, the division of labor of sociological distinctions, which is different from the subdisciplines of sociology, include policy-related, professional, and critical sociology. So there are 4 of them. While it makes sense, he argues, to distinguish between them, on the other hand, there is no Chinese walls, absolute separations between these sociological directions. Indeed, Barawoy will place particular emphasis in order to underline the complementarity, but also the sine qua non importance of all sociological components for the manifestation and function of each individual. Obviously, this reminds of Parsons, and this is something that has been brought out, but still, this is his position. It's an ongoing debate for the last 20 years or so. Barawoy's initial public sociology declaration was followed by a rich and fruitful debate. Central elements of the discussion have emerged concerning the limits of public sociology in relation to political practice, the organic dimension of public sociology in relation to civil society, the objectivity of sociological knowledge, the responsiveness and use of the sociological knowledge produced by the various elites, the relationship between the public sociology and crisis, our overall topic, the conflict of sociology as it is developed within the framework of nation-state with issues that transcend it, such as social inequalities at a wider global level, the redefinition of the sociological imagination, and others. The unfolding of a public sociology within a set of institutionalized relations cannot but take place within the boundaries of a particular society. The implication is that a scientific sociology has already been established as a distinct social science. And as such, sociology is marked by its own autonomy in specifying and applying notions, concepts, theories, methodological approaches, developing research agendas, and its related personnel, as other distinct social sciences do. It follows that it manages to generate new knowledge about the social issues, relations, and phenomena in the society which it studies. The sides of the context, in the context of which sociology develops, are no other than the relevant institutionalized academic departments and research centers and civil society organizations in the form of unions of sociologists. In Greece, to which I now turn, 4 such public university departments of sociology are in operation and 1 research center. An additional department is in operation in a private tertiary level institution, XDR College, American College of Greece. Instruction of introductory or specialized sociological courses are also provided for in several academic institutions. Individual sociologists from Greece are also active in several sociological departments in university abroad in the Western world. There's one, I think, in Hong Kong, but Hong Kong is westernized culturally, I suppose, as far as I know. Now, I'll turn to the institutionalization of sociology and its organizational outflanking in Greece. In the early 1980s, as Georgia earlier said, the first department of sociology was founded at the then Panion University, which was then called PASPE. Subsequently, 2 other departments were founded, one of them at the University of Crete, in which Alexandros played an instrumental role in organizing, an initial instrumental role. In 1987, the city of Rethymnon, and the other one was at the University of the Aegean, which started operating in 1999, as indicated earlier, in the city of Mytilene. Recently, about 4 years ago, a new department of sociology started taking students at the University of Athens. Thus, sociology was institutionalized in academia in Greece about 40 years ago, but that was quite late, given that it took place at a time when other social sciences and humanities had already been established, while law and the legal profession were dominant. The staffing of the new sociology departments with instructors, as well as the provision of teaching staff for the numerous, mainly general courses in sociology, which also multiplied and expanded during the 70s, 80s, and 90s in the various universities, was a vital issue for the development of sociology and the future it had as a scientific discipline. Let us examine the staffing issue. What happened was that some few social scientists with higher degrees in sociology were hired in the new departments of sociology. The bulk, however, of the staff came from outside sociology, from other disciplines. This was to be expected as there were relatively few people with sociological training, but it was not just that. New faculty members filling in positions in sociology departments came from law and criminology, philosophy, history of ideas, political science, anthropology, social work, geography, social geography, statistics, philology, history, pedagogy, economics, and from other disciplines too. The idea was that these recruits could function as a kind of surrogate sociologists. Yet these were hired to teach sociological courses, to perform sociological work. And what renders unattainable the professed aim of this particular solution to the staffing issue is that from a formal point of view, the work content of these recruits included undertaking research, by extension generating new knowledge in sociology. Some of those from outside sociology have tried and even succeeded in adapting to the new roles. However, the disciplinary heterogeneity that emerged in the new departments of sociology did not facilitate the integration and adaptation of non-sociologists, as has been repeatedly the case, and it was done in other parts of the world, where the relevant departments, however, had already formed the scientific character. Thus, most of these new recruits did not attempt any adjustment. In fact, their appointment did not just happen, but it was very actively pursued. Besides, after their appointment, some of them, few I would say, became involved in controversies to recruit and elect other non-sociologists in sociology departments. They did so apparently applying in practice the safety in numbers principle so as to avoid any calling into question their own inherently poor sociological teaching and the non-existent sociological research output. In other words, precisely because of the weak presence of sociologists and the absence of an effective closure mechanism, remember parking, the double closure thing, which also applies to professional organizations and in circumscribing the radius of your discipline. Persons from other disciplines took the task of filling in void, in essence in Habermas' expression, by colonizing sociology. And because scientific disciplines do not have substance in themselves, and therefore no will, nor do they act, colonization was undertaken by living actors, specific in-groups, and tangible individuals. The problem is that this kind of composition of faculty members has bred graduates of nominally departments of sociology who were not adequately trained from a sociological point of view. In addition, as such graduates do not acquire, nor do they come to possess any substantial professional specialization or skills, this condition in turn affects their career prospects. Thus, the connection between sociological knowledge and social utility and benefit is not attempted, as one would expect, according at least to Labiri Dimaki. What remains is a solution that has been uniquely and continuously proposed for nearly 40 years of existence of institutionalized sociology in Greece. Of departments that award the degree in sociology, which is the absorption of graduates by the state. By this, which is not unique to sociology, but that was the major solution proposed. By this, it is essentially and eminently meant that employment in secondary education is the way out for the professional settlement of graduates from sociology departments. In this way, an attempt is made to settle the armies of graduate sociology departments from a livelihood point of view. At the same time, the aim is to cover up the lack of social usefulness of these graduates and their study, their inherent inability to utilize their studies in a specific, clear, and socially useful way, other than teaching. In summary, the results of the organizational short-circuiting, or otherwise put, of organizational outflanking, I use a term coined by Michael Mann in a historical sociology book, volume, in the sociology departments, and the appointments of academic personnel from various other disciplines results in students being exposed during their studies to a heterogeneous patchwork of knowledge, which precisely because it does not interlock, does not cohere, it is largely impractical from the point of view of social utility. This is attempted to be concealed by orientating graduates toward teaching in secondary education. To the extent that this is achieved, it also has an unexpected and unintended result, the preservation of the secrets of the organization of outflanking of sociology, or the maintenance, perpetuation of the same situation. Another most important consequence of the observed shift in staffing is that the development of social research suffers. Non-sociologists just cannot generate sociological knowledge. What research has undertaken, it does not always manage to reveal and shed light on aspects of social life, and thus provide useful social knowledge, or for that matter, reach higher levels of scientific credibility. Or rather, this occurs, albeit in limited scale. Certainly, the institutionalization of sociology in Greece in the early 80s and after was related to its scientific halo, which at the time, after the period of the military dictatorship, was particularly high and bright, but also to its identification with high status and positions, and the prestige this inspired. Earlier, Georgia mentioned two earlier sociologists, or so-called sociologists. It was the first one, who became several times a minister and twice a prime minister, Papanastasiou, and Kanellopoulos, which also became twice a prime minister. He also lost power both times, but that's another story. And by the way, the first two professors of sociology that Georgia mentioned, in Thessaloniki, Eleftheropoulos, and in Athens, Kanellopoulos, they were actually philosophers. Still, the reason for this high prestige was that in the public eye, sociology was perceived as the preeminent science for interpreting the multiple crises that the society had faced. Sociology had created the anticipation and perception that it would decisively contribute to the emergence of new positive forms of social organization and guide the coming course of development of the country. Apparently, in sociology, they were axiomatically attributed abilities, capacities that it just did not possess. In such a context, sociology was broadly perceived as the cure of any condition understood as social illness. It was in such a context that the public sociology emerged. And it stood fast for some time if its influence and the interest it initially raised waned. Even in today's Greece, there is no shortage of public sociology. Indeed, in the current period, there are still some willingness on the part of the mass media, newspapers, to include sociologists who take on the role of public intellectual, with public sociology being a specialization of this role. However, the relative decline of public sociology in Greece is, I maintain, directly related to the difficulty encountered in generating new and useful knowledge about Greek society and its problems, which largely remain sociologically unexplored. Still, and given the existing hurdles, some Greek public sociologists are anxious and laborious to highlight with their interventions another aspect of public sociology, one that finds in the exhortation of Willem Obert that, quote, the most important task for sociology lies in strengthening and defending rationality in public discourse, end of quote. The sociology of policies, as well as public sociology, can only be developed, in my view, as extensions of professional sociology, which will clearly benefit from the qualitative and quantitative strengthening of critical sociology. In the US, Britain, elsewhere, the debate on public sociology began with the decipherment of the social world and the direct or indirect generation of socially useful knowledge that sociological research and theory generated. In some other parts of the world, these socio-scientific achievements have been used by national sociologists to enlighten the secular audiences while guiding their own research. Still, national sociologists need to generate knowledge about their particular societies. Indeed, if there is going to be such an undertaking and sociology is going to have some impact, this could only be achieved, I think, if it has something important to say about the particular society which is its arena and the specific problems and issues encountered, both those in prominence and the lesser two. In the Greek case, I suspect in others too, the priority is not so much or particularly in the direction of public sociology. That already exists. On the contrary, I think that for the foreseeable future, the task lies in giving priority to strengthen the weak professional sociology without obviously losing sight from the field of the other three sociological area directions according to the initial Barrow-Wise distinction. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Socrates. I think I will rename your title as The Absence of Greek Sociologists from the Greek Sociology.
Well, partial.
Maybe somehow. We have a lot of very inspiring issues, I think, but I don't know how much time we have. 10 minutes. Okay, so let's have a fast round of questions, comments. Do you have a microphone for?
I think okay without the microphone.
Okay.
I just have sort of like very 3 points. I mean, I enjoyed all the presentations, but maybe for a lecture groups. 3 points. One, how would the episode of the third way politics from someone like Giddens, who actually served as advisor to Tony Blair and Bill Clinton, would be appraised in the pattern you presented, because it's a similar pattern which seems to have gone unexploited in Greece with Tsoukalas, Mouzelis, etc., and their names being exploited. So this is one. Second is, I'm just wondering, of course this goes against the authority of the author, and you are the author of this paper, but I'm wondering if the comma could be removed from the title and talk about research rhetoric and politics, because you made an apostrophe in the first sentence or second of your talk. I mean, you've read Donald Mackenzie, right? That's the strong program of the sociology of science. And for them, this scientific results are always part of a thought style. So it's kind of stylized. So I'm just wondering if maybe that comma abstracts from the overall stylization, which is also, and that's the third point, and I'm wondering if, I mean, you talked about, if I read you correctly, sociology needed to develop a meta-language, which sounds too Giddensian for me. And I'm just wondering if instead of talking about that, we can talk about research programs that can generate progressive problem shifts, right? And therefore being able to force the community, right, to consider sociology as a partner, either on the domain, say, of policy and different publics, or in the domain of politics. I mean, this did happen with Ulrich Beck, because, I mean, his risk sociology did generate a progressive problem shift in German politics, where he was recruited by Angela Merkel to actually lead Germany's program for moving to sustainable forms of energy, and that was politics. And in fact, he was recruited by someone who was not politically sympathetic to what Beck represents. So that's. Sorry, I'm not sure if these things made sense, but.
I have a question for Professor Kirtsis too. Thank you very much for your presentation. You have focused on rhetoric. So that was the point of your presentation, and I was wondering whether we have also to, or probably mostly, to take a look at the institutions in order to to explain this relationship between the sociologists and the decision-making processes. And in this respect, I would like to make two remarks. The first is that if we see which was the golden age in this relationship between sociologists and decision-making processes, I think that that was the 60s in the United States of America, when sociologists was working with social policy institutions. So when you have a retreat in social policy, you have also a weakening of this relationship of sociologists with decision-making, with political, at least, decision-making. And then my second remark is that it is probably useful to compare sociologists with economists. If we see the situation of economists, we will see that in institutional terms, we will see that there is a whole system of institutions either within the state or at the frontiers or at the borders of the state, where economists may conduct their careers, they may invest themselves in these institutions, in the central bank, in consulting bodies, et cetera, So this relationship between this professional group and the state is really embedded in a solid institutional infrastructure. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentations. I have some questions to all the papers, just some ideas I got from listening to the very interesting presentations. The first would be, what is the relationship of whether there's this internal division in the sociology field, and some of them are related more or less to the polity or the political elites, and others are doing research in the periphery, and whether there are whether there is a platform where we can disseminate new research. I'm referring to Professor Konyordos. How do we know what is new, what is published new? There is, to my idea, there is not much unless you go to the PhD database where new PhDs are published and you watch them. Most of us, if we want to learn something new, we go still to a bookshop instead of having a central page somewhere where we are informed. So information and dissemination of new knowledge are very important. And that's my third question is, then it looks like when we talk about the history, sorry, I don't want to, just an idea I have, we mention all these names. Good, but history of sociology are the names or the processes or the context in which they worked, which brings back to the first question, how sociology is a field within the wider field of power relations, and whether we can find a way out of it and set up things that we can be happy for the next 10, 20 years. Thank you very much.
I propose this time to start from Socrates and finish with Alexandros.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I got the first question. I'm not sure I got it, because it was not really loud. With respect to the second one, whether it is sociology and power are related, is that the question? No. Oh, could you please then...
Okay, my question was whether there is an internal division of labor within sociology as a field. Some of them are more related to the polity and the politics, and some others are doing research or doing something else. Not all sociologists are related to the political elites.
Yes, yes.
And the second, in reference to your presentation, you said there is not much research being done. How do you know?
Okay.
Put it bluntly, because we don't have the means or the platforms to get the information what is new. I mean, this Professor Gagas here published a book recently, and we found out about the presentation of this book somewhere. We don't get a newsletter or something, but what is the content and things like that. We don't have the information.
Okay, I know this intuitively, with all the minuses that intuition might have. Sometimes journalists give me a ring and asked me to give a talk or participate in their radio program about X, Y, or Z issue, about which I know usually nothing whatsoever. Some of them are quite eager to find some answers to the questions. So they've done some research, and apparently they've come up with nothing but just a name, so they try to. So I understand from this that there are no available information on a variety of fields. A few years ago, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, there was a public sort of engagement of a discussion in the daily Kathimerini, which is a serious, quote-unquote, newspaper, on the whereabouts of the family and its various family forms in the country. And they had asked a social psychologist, a psychologist, a demographer, someone else, no sociologists. And there is no sociologist, at least that I know of, and I've tried to find out, that is specializing on family issues, which used to be the hallmark of sociology. So obviously there are gaps. And this is something that intuitively I get from various other related sources. So when I say that we don't have information about X or Y, we just don't have it. You know about it. You've researched it. Recently, I was trying to find some things about divergent things, like in the context of a research project, about electoral turnover in Greece. There was a lot, because it has to do with political sociology and political science, and these are well developed, but also about digitalization of work, and there is nothing. So you know if there's something there. And this is a new discussion which is growing elsewhere, even in sociology, but we don't have much. So that's my source. Also, further one is my own experience in sociology departments and a knowledge, cursory as it may be, of people staffing your sociology departments. I mean, in your own department, there are 40 plus professors, full professors for sociology in the department. How many of them are sociologists? I don't think many. Okay. Well, okay. Out of 40. That says a lot. Okay, that's what. That's my answer.
Yes, I would just like to say this last thing relating to politics and sociology or political decision-making. What is missing completely from this country is evidence-based policy and, of course, decision-making. No one really asks sociologists to deliver, to conduct a study upon which, whether the politicians will follow it or not, that is a different story. But no one really asks for a study upon which to base decision-making and policies. So basically, we have the research center. It's doing great work. It's been doing amazing work trying to internationalize sociology, to also make it more multi-paradigmatic and so on, which is what they've been doing for the last 30 years, 40 years maybe. But we don't really know of, I mean, politicians will never turn to a sociologist to order, I mean, just ask for a study. And this is one of the major problems of our country. I'm not sure, again, what they would do with the results. Nobody is. But we don't even have this rapport with politicians at all.
I would add that we have a great demand, social demand of interpretations, but not social demand of basic information. So that's, that's the problem, maybe. Last but not least, Alexandros?
Yes, I'll try to continue a little bit the thoughts expressed by your year about evidence-based politics, and then connect it to the questions that have been posed. Well, evidence-based policies, that is a very tricky thing, and sometimes I don't think that only the fault is only not only to blame politicians, but sometimes also to blame sociologists, because one thing we don't understand, and economists understand it much better than we do, is that political decision-making, or even at a lower level, when not the government is involved, but bureaucrats or technocrats are involved, policy decision-making, policy formulation and implementation at the lower level, even in those cases, what counts is alternative scenarios. And the people do not take our opinions and say, well, sociologists said that. We respect the authority, so we're going to apply what they have decided should be the right thing. It is not possible to do that in politics. In politics, there are many dilemmas, very difficult dilemmas, and there is always dilemma resolution at a suboptimal level. There is no dilemma resolution at an optimal level. And we think in very rigid terms, and we believe that we can bring people to the point to take decisions on the basis of the most optimal alternative. This is not possible. So working with alternative scenarios which have to do with the way politicians should think in certain situations and go into adopting a suboptimal scenario is something we don't do as sociologists. We don't incorporate in our results the practical aspects of the adaptation of results into real-life situations. That's one thing. And economists can do it much better. Why economists can do it on much better terms? Because they handle with a much limited set of parameters, of variables. No economist gives advice on the basis of a complicated set of parameters. They create rather simple models which can influence central mechanism on the assumption that these central mechanisms will trigger off a series of effects which are going to bring about what is expected. For instance, Keynes, one thing I admire to Keynes, independently of whether one believes in his theories or not, is that he invented an idea about reducing the mass phenomena and the social psychology of complex societies into two variables, propensity to consumption and propensity to saving. And he said that these are fundamental aspects of the psychology of complex societies, the social psychology of complex societies, and if you influence these two variables, then you can trigger off a series of other things which can be then controlled on the basis of that. This is a very interesting idea, and that's how economists work, and they can really put things in the mouth of politicians, which sociologists cannot do, especially because they cannot explain the relationship between their complex ideas and the way politicians can take them and put them in practice. So this is very interesting that in the United States, especially in the United States, in the context of the Great Society policies of Lyndon Johnson, it was possible that staffs of people in the civil service, in the public administration, had the education and the way to take this kind of advice from sociologists who could really understand the connection between political decisions and handling alternative scenarios. It's very interesting that it happened at that time, because it has been given to the sociologists the opportunity to do that, in the context of using science, generally science, for politics. It was something which came out of the Second World War. They were using natural scientists, engineers, and many of the engineers had to do also with complex human phenomena they had to manage. And this created bridges towards also fruitfully exploiting the knowledge of social scientists. So it's very interesting, your remark. I think it's very interesting that it happened predominantly in the United States, although in Europe there were more developed ideas about the social role of the state. So let's come now to Spiro's remark on important personalities. I would like to make here the distinction between rituals of exploitation of social science and real exploitation of social science within chains of decision making. In Germany, it's very interesting that there are two personalities which played a role during the Merkel era. One is Ulrich Beck, and he was exploited, he was misused in a sense. He was brought into committees, and he expressed his view, and the government tried to say that we are using eminent sociologists like Ulrich Beck for understanding risks, for instance, and those kind of things. But there was no real bridge between what Beck said and the real policies that were implemented. Münkler, the political science Münkler, is a very interesting case because he explained to Merkel what is the connections between the political decision she was taking internally for internal politics and for external politics with the dynamics of international relations. And he's one of the persons who explained to Merkel that she should persuade German politicians to adopt a more milder stance towards Greece because of geopolitical dynamics that were prevailing at that time. So it's very interesting when opinions do really play a role and when we have rituals of using or misusing social scientists. Giddens, another question. Lord Giddens. It's not Anthony Giddens, it's Lord Giddens. Of something, I forget. Of what he was Lord. And, well, Lord Giddens, he was a personal political advisor of Tony Blair. He also advised him about his policies towards Gaddafi. And in order to do that, he also wrote articles defending the Gaddafi's policies in Libya. And he found that was okay, because that was the right thing to do to serve his bosses. So Giddens is another thing. Very interesting theories. We only owe many things to Giddens' structuration theory, although he's not his own. He's borrowed from Raymond Firth, and only few people know that. But he was an excellent marketeer of sociological ideas, and he has written wonderful books that Raymond Firth didn't write. But his main role in this case was that he was an intimus. He was in the inner cries in the inner circle of the people who were doing the politics. And that was why he was made Lord Giddens. Keynes was also made Lord Keynes, and Kaldor Nicholas Kaldor was also made Lord Kaldor, two eminent economists. He's the only sociologist who has been appeared in Britain. So this is not quite the idea of using sociologists for decision making. He was the one who was advising people how they could win elections and impose the will of political elites upon society. That was what he was doing, in my view.
I think we should continue the discussion during the lunch because it is a little bit late. We were a little bit late, but it was very interesting, I think, for all. So, what time will we return for the next session? Half an hour. Half an hour at the most, okay. So, see you again.
Sì,
αυτό που λέει. Είναι αυτό που λέει.
Δεν τα έχει γράψει τόσο ωραία. Και πρώτα απ' όλα είναι επαγγελματία με τελικά και του λέει.
Είναι αυτό που λέει. Είναι opinion leader αυτό. Δεν είναι ακριβώς.
Και δεν είναι μόνο opinion leader, είναι και είναι ο άνθρωπος του στενού κύκλου, ο οποίος όντως πρέπει να αναγνωρίσουμε τη σοφία του κύκλου. Δηλαδή τους βοήθησε να κερδίσουν τις εκλογές.
Δούλεψε πολύ.
Έγραψε το βιβλίο έγραψε ένα βιβλίο που λέγεται Up to you now, Mr. Brown. Διαφήμισε τον ερχομό του Brown.
Αλλά μα στρατεύτηκε αυτός, εντάξει. Ήταν στρατευμένος.
This is the one I know. Τέλεια, τώρα θα το φτιάξουμε τώρα. Ωραία. Απλά θα σας το κάνω convert σε PDF, γιατί δεν υποστηρίζει. Α, ωραία, τέλεια. Μια στιγμή να γυρίσω αυτό το αρχείο, γιατί δεν είναι. Και τώρα έψαχνα να ρωτήσω ποιος είναι ο κύριος Ακελαρίου, δεν σας έψαχνα.
φασάκι, αλλά είναι μόνο σε PDF.
Ναι. Γιατί είναι Linux.
Αυτό εδώ.
Το σύστημά του.
Το PDF το έκανα στο δικό μου, οπότε έγινε σε Windows.
Όχι, θέλει αναγνωρίζει μόνο PDF, δεν τον νοιάζει από τι. Θα σηκώνομαι και θα δίνω μικρόφωνα.
PDF. Σωστά. Πρέπει να το μετέχουν σε PDF. Η κοπέλα που...
Έχει τέτοιο. Έχει function προβολή. Γιατί πριν όλες οι διαφάνειες φαίνονταν μισές.
Όχι, δεν είναι αυτό. Πού είναι, πού το έχεις βάλει?
Αυτό είναι.
Εδώ όμως λέει, δεν είναι αυτό.
Έλα, κάτσε.
Πού το έχεις βάλει? Α, μήπως το έχεις βάλει εδώ. Γιατί είναι ίσα εκεί, είναι αυτό το παλιό το δικό μου.
Το έχω σώσει από πάνω.
Σίγουρα?
Ναι, όχι, σίγουρα. Και έκανα και μια τελευταία διαφάνεια.
Για τσεκ.
Κάνει εδώ τα τελευταία διαφάνεια, κάτι ξεχάσει. Άρα, να πάμε προβολή, παρουσίαση. Και είναι κομπλέ, αυτό πρέπει να κάνουμε επόμενη, γιατί οι προηγούμενοι δεν κάνανε προβολή και τα είχαν... Δεν κουμπώνανε τα slides σε κάθε...
Οκ, εντάξει. Βέβαια όλοι οι άλλοι είχαν πρόλογο. Εμείς είμαστε πιο...
Ναι, αλλά εμείς έχουμε εδώ κάποια πράγματα. Οι άλλοι είχαν και 3 με το ζόρι.
Σωστό και αυτό. Σίγουρα ότι είμαστε δημιουργικοί.
Χαντάτα.
Δεν είσαι ο μόνος. Αυτό το έχω για τέτοιο. Για κάλυψη.
Αυτά που έβαλε χτες δεν θα βάλει ποτέ να πει τον Μέκερ, ενώ πολύ δεν μου άρεσε. Δεν θέλω να της πω. Είδα μια παρουσίαση που έκανε αυτό το writing for social scientist στη Γαλλία. Και έλεγε ότι ρωτούσα μια φορά, είχαμε μαζευτεί οι συνάδελφοι, και ρωτούσα πώς γράφετε. Και λέει η συνάδελφος, γράφετε πάντα με πράσινο στυλό, σε σελίδες με κόκκινη γραμμή, ξέρω τι, και αφήνω πάντα λέει την πρώτη σελίδα κενή. Και πάνω τα χέρια από κάτω και άρχισαν να το εξηγεί, ας πούμε, ότι απέναντι στο άγχος είναι magical code αυτό, και magical practice, ας πούμε. Και λέει, την πρώτη σελίδα την άφηνε λευκή, και στην αρχή σε μεγάλη στιγμή. Γιατί λέει, άμα έρθει κάποιος την όπου γράφει, θα μπορεί να το κλείσει και αυτό.
Όχι, δεν πειράζει.
Κατεχόμενα είναι το θέμα. Έχει πράγματα, ναι.
everybody. I hope you enjoyed your light lunch. Okay. So we will start this session with concern reflections on sociology, theory and research in sociology.
facing contemporary challenges. And the first speech is about social science research in the 21st century in Greece, the role of sociology on the national landscape. My colleague Nikos Souliotis will make the presentation. I am a co-author. Nikos Souliotis is a senior researcher at the National Center for Social Research. Andromachi Hadjigianni, who was not feeling very well and she apologized, she will not be with us. And within the frame of synergies with the university departments, Yorgos Bithimitis, who is also a senior researcher, is presenting right now a speech at the Seminar of Methodology at the University of Crete, the Department of Sociology. So, Nikos, the floor is yours. Just one precision. We talk about, we have at the title, Sociology at the National Scale, but as we finally conclude that sociology is beyond frontiers and boundaries, our presentation is a mix of what happens at the international level and what happens in Greece. So thank you. Nikos, the floor is yours.
It's already switched on? Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation and the organizers from the three associations, and of course Harokopio University for hosting us. In fact, we were asked to prepare something on the public role of sociology. So we saw this presentation as an occasion to organize a little bit our thoughts about one special issue, about the importance of the language that we use when we try to reach our audiences, to reach our publics. So the argument that we are going to make is that simplicity is a key characteristic in the language that we use in this process, in the building of the public role of sociology. As far as we know, the best book that has been written on this issue is Writing for Social Scientists of Howard Becker, that was published back in 1986, which is a brilliant, wonderful book. Unfortunately, it's not translated in Greece. I think that it would be a very good idea, even now, 40 years later, to translate it.
There is a second edition in 2007, so they can take
There is a second edition,
one.
It's true, with a postscript added at this time. So the idea of the presentation is to connect the arguments of Becker about simplicity with the discussion on public sociology that was so much effectively launched by Baravoy in 2004 and continues until now. In fact, we don't have we're coming from a research center, but unfortunately we don't have a real research to present. So we would like to ask you for your tolerance for a presentation that will be a little bit impressionistic. We will discuss three issues. The first is that we are going to try to define the relationship between the sociological jargon and the common language. The second part of the presentation will comprise some empirical remarks, first on the case of Greece. We are going to see what we have prepared for that. And then we are going to discuss recent evolutions in sociology, especially regarding big data. And we are going to see whether the current work on big data has an impact on the relation between the sociological language and the common language. And then we are going to conclude with some thoughts on which strategies we may adopt as practitioners. In order to define the relation between the sociological jargon and the common language, we use the distinction between artificial language and natural language that was introduced and used by the French sociologist Jean-Claude Passeron, who is mostly known for his works with Pierre Bourdieu. In a major epistemological book that he published in the beginning of the 90s, he used this distinction to talk about the two main axes of the sociological language. So he said that we have the artificial language within science, that is mostly the language that is constructed for the needs of statistical analysis, so it's a deeply technical language. And then we have the natural one, the natural language. The natural language is the language that we use in order to understand social phenomena in their historical context. The most characteristic case of natural language that he invokes is ideal types of Weber. So the argument of Passeron is that in sociology we have always to translate what we find in using the artificial language, that is the language of variables analysis and so on. We have always to translate it in natural language because social phenomena are always given in context. So we need natural language to understand really what we have found in statistics. We use this distinction, thank you, Dimitra. We use this distinction to discuss this relationship between the social jargon and the common language. And we think that, in fact, the field within which this interaction between the sociological jargon and the common language takes place is the field of natural language. So if we have these two axes of the sociological jargon, the interaction between the sociological, the scientific in a way language and the common one takes place mainly within this field. And of course it takes place with within this field because the sociologist, him or herself, shares, of course, the same language with the persons that he or she studies. So in a way it's that what the French say, le peintre dans la peinture. You have the person who studies is within the object that he studies. And then you have an interaction between the two languages when we construct the data, when we use the questionnaires, observation, interviews. Sociologists very often are inspired, use common words and reinterpret them to construct sociological concepts, but also there is the other way around. Sociological concepts are very often integrated in the common language. For example, the way that we use in the everyday language notions like social classes or consumer society or cultural industries and so on, the use of these notions in common language really reflects the influence of sociological work of previous years. What's the problem with the sociological jargon, which is pointed out by Becker in his book that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. In fact, the problem is the overuse of sociological concepts, of sociological jargon, of the academic prose in our products, in our books, in our papers. And probably in papers it's not so important because papers are addressed to a specialized audience, public, of colleagues, but in other publications, like in books that are available at the market, the overuse of the academic prose and of the sociological jargon is really a problem, a barrier in our effort to reach our audiences and our publics. Which are the causes, let's say, of this tendency of sociologists? The two first points are in detail discussed by the two authors that we mentioned there. Passeron emphasized very much at the time that he was writing the influence of positivism in this overuse of statistical language in sociology. Baker has wonderful analysis about the way the overuse of academic prose is a kind of defense against evaluation, is a kind of a means to face the academic hierarchies. And later on in this later version of his book in 2007, he has commented on the recent evolutions in our discipline, in our profession mostly, saying that the intensification of the competition for job and publication opportunities have imposed more and more to practitioners this kind of defensive use of the academic prose in order to get the tenured jobs or to be published or perish, and so on. A third point that we have elaborated for this presentation is that more recent evolutions in our professional scientific field, in relation especially to big data, also contribute to this overuse of academic prose and sociological jargon in our works. This is something that we are going to discuss later. Let's see first, in our empirical part of the presentation, what we have prepared. In fact, we have prepared a small exercise. We have taken the works, the sociological works, books and papers that have been referred in the book of the two good colleagues who are with us today, Gangas and Lagoumidji. The sociological works that have been published during the 90s, since the 90s till today. I mean, the references, the works that are mentioned within this book. And we have classified the titles of these works according to whether they use a sociological jargon in their titles, a common language, or whether they use a mix of the two. So this is a very rough indicator of the language that we use in sociology in Greece. Of course, it's a really preliminary indicator, but it's a start for discussion. There are obvious limitations in this exercise because Ganga and Lagoumidji obviously did not have the intention to make an exhaustive presentation of works, obviously, and of course sometimes you're not very sure about whether, when you see, for example, social class in a title, it is also a word that is used in the common language at the same time it is used in the sociological jargon. So it's not, there is a gray zone between the two languages. So these are two limitations of the exercise. This is the table that we have prepared that came out from this exercise. We can see that there is a relative majority of titles which contain only words coming from the sociological jargon. So they are titles without any use of words coming from common language. There is 1/4 of titles which use words only coming from common language, which are immediately intelligible by a layman, like women and employment, the elderly women, family values, sex and abortion. I mean, words that are clear to everybody. And then there is the third way, let's say. There is the combination of words coming from sociological jargon with words coming from the common language. We are going to make a comment on that later. It's quite interesting that there is probably an evolution at the time in these numbers. For sure there is, but I'm not sure that it reflects something. But probably we have a higher number of a higher percentage of titles using words only from sociological jargon in the 1990s, which probably reflects the endeavors for professionalization at this time. Some more general remarks on the table. Of course, it's not bad to use sociological words, because every science invents and constructs its language. It's something that it is necessary. But when we use only sociological jargon in our message, there is a risk, I think it is obvious, that we may be self-referential. When you use words from the common language, or from the languages that are used in different social spaces, our questions and the designation of the research object is directly intelligible to everybody. But there is also a risk to be descriptive. And then we have the third way, in which we combine words from the common language with the sociological jargon, and in this case, the strategy, it's clear from the part of the sociologist. With the title, he indicates which is his sociological approach to a natural, natural object. For example, I can mention a book of Socrates Koniordos, who was there, Social Capital and Civil Society. So you see civil society, something that is understandable by everybody. Social capital is the notion that we use to approach it. Some remarks on big data. We have said
data
that.
Types.
Excuse me?
Okay, new data types.
Some remarks on big data. We have here Dimitra, who is behind this analysis and may respond to any questions if there are in the discussion later, who is a real specialist on that issue. We have discussed the analysis of Passeron and Becker on the reasons that lead to the overuse of sociological jargon. In our time, there are probably other evolutions in science which lead to the same direction. And this is our works on big data, which is a whole new universe in our discipline. And there are specific characteristics of big data, which in fact may contribute, may lead, also may intensify this overuse of sociological jargon in our works. A first characteristic is that we have a new strong interdisciplinarity, because the production of several types of data requires the collaboration between different specialties. We have some degree of opacity in the production of data. This is something that specialists on AI, on artificial intelligence, say that even to the technical staff, it's not always clear how information and data are collected through algorithms. We have a domination, of course, of mathematization, because the transformation of information to data requires mathematics. There is some trend to decontextualization of data, because when we gather information and data, we can take it from all over the place, from different time spans and places. And also, the data collections that are available now, and which realize in a way the dream of accumulation of data, impose their own logic and their own rules in the access of the data. So you have a new let's say, complex of technicalities which are necessary for the sociologist in order to use this wonderful new world of big data, which in fact renders even for the sociologist the artificial language of his science a little bit not understandable. So we can see that probably new barriers are added to our connection, to our communication with our publics and audiences outside outside our science, because of these new technicalities. Going to the end of this presentation, some words on the strategies that we can adopt. The suggestion of this slide is that we have to keep in mind to apply a strategy of double translation. I think that this is something that everybody knows in this room, probably not the students, but we know it, but I think that we do not always apply this strategy. At the first place, I think that we have to stick on the formulation of our questions and on the designation of our research objects in the terms of common language. It must be clear that we are working on women, on children, on family, on criminality, on whatever, and not on subjectivity, on postmodernism. I mean, we have to be in the position to formulate clearly in the terms of common language, which are our questions, our research object. Of course, then there is the part of the sociological work, and I think that then, as a second translation, we have to make the endeavor, the effort to translate what we find in our researches in the terms of common language. And as a complement to this strategy, we have to be always reflexive, because both categories used by laymen and by sociologists are social constructs, and there is also a mutual reciprocal relationship between the two languages. There is a dynamic relationship, so we have to be always reflective about that. Why we should do all that? Why should we apply the strategy of double translation? The reason, I think, it is obvious. As Volosinov, an old Marxist, Russian Marxist philosopher, was saying, the use of words is a construction, is a building of relationships. So the words that we use indicates which is the relationship that we want to build with our audiences. And at the same time, the simplicity is, I think, a major means that we have, a weapon that we have to struggle against some of the constraints that stem from our profession and academic hierarchies. Thank you.
We go to the second presentation. So, Alexandros Sakellariou will present his talk about the emerging fields in sociology, the case of a new angle in the sociology of religion. He's a teaching adjunct lecturer to the Hellenic Open University and a researcher running a big research project right now.
Thank you
on
very
youth.
much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon to everyone. We heard a lot these 2 days about the low status of sociology and how devalued perhaps is in Greece. So I'm going to talk about a specific field which is perhaps even lower in status, and there are a lot of reasons for that. So I have a little change in my title because the case it's mentioned in your program that you have printed is the study of non-religion in the field of sociology of religion, which I think is interesting, and I'm going to talk about today. So first of all, because it was mentioned already that there is a need to situate the Greek context in the international one. So if one looks at sociology of religion in the past, there was a process, a development from what was called religious sociology to what was, in due course, became sociology of religion. And of course, we have examples from France, with Catholicism playing a crucial role. In the United States, for example, the American Catholic Sociological Association was formed in 1938, and through many debates and discussions became the Association for the Sociology of Religion. And of course, also the International Society for the Sociology of Religion from 1948, through a process of heated debates in the conferences, there is a written history of these processes, became a Society for the Sociology of Religion, putting to some extent aside religious affiliation in the group. Of course, these debates took place mostly after Second World War. This is an example from Joachim Wasson, of the sociologist working in the field, who in 1944 tried to differentiate theology at that time from sociology, stressing that there is a need to discriminate, to divide between social philosophy and sociology at the same time, because there is no such thing as Christian, Muslim, or Jewish sociology. So it's sociology, and religion shouldn't play a role into that. And a few years later, Ronald Robertson also argued about the differentiation between the sociologist of religion and religious sociologist, and how religion and religious values could influence and had an impact on the research of people working in the field even at that time. So when it comes to the subfield, if we accept the term of non-religion and the jargon that we heard also before, there are a lot of terms. Initially it was sociology of irreligion, currently sociology of non-religion, and there are other terms inside the field, for example, non-religiosity, either as non-affiliation or non-practice, but at the same time, of course, atheism, agnosticism, religious indifference, secularity, and others. I'm not going to get into the details, of course, and there are many debates on the definitions and which is the most appropriate term. One of the first books talking about religion was by Jean-Marie Guillot in 1886, Les Religions de l'Avenir, translated also in English, but had a content of a deterministic one, like Kant, for example, the development of the societies that will become irreligious at some point. But it was the first work, to my knowledge, that dealt with this issue. So many years later, one of the first scholars studying in the field was Colin Campbell, who wrote his book, The Sociology of Irreligion, in 1971. And there already from the beginning, from the introduction, mentioned that there is a need for a new tradition, perhaps in sociology of religion, hoping that his work would stimulate the formation of this subfield. However, what was called the New Atheism movement, which faced a rise in the mid-2000s, gave stimulation for academics and researchers to study this non-religious field, to the point that some scholars a few years ago argue that there is indeed a firmly established subfield in the sociology of religion on the international level. And this, of course, could be exemplified through various ways. There are networks established, for example, the Non-Religion and Secularity Research Network, other groups, research groups in international organizations, associations, in universities, big, large-scale research projects funded with millions of euros and dollars in the United States and in Europe, focusing on this field. And of course, a great number of publications, at least until 2015, there was a systematic documentation of the publications that showed a growth, a gradual growth of publications in the field. And that's the argument why we should talk about an institutionalization of a subfield within the sociology of religion. This is a brief selection of, there's a special journal, for example, Secular Studies, edited volumes from 2016 to 2023. On the right, the latest edited volume about the secularization of society. Now, what's happening in Greece? Sociology of religion in Greece was in fact religious sociology, at least until mid-1980s. And it was a subfield taught only in the schools of theology until that time. However, as I mentioned at the beginning, and even nowadays, the field is not well developed. And we heard a lot about economists, political scientists trying to present themselves as sociologists. I would add another group, theologians, who try to control and sometimes dominate this field, presenting themselves as sociologists. So currently, to my knowledge, sociology of religion is taught in 2 out of the 4 university departments in Greece, and in 1 department of pedagogics of primary education. In addition, it is taught in the 2 schools of theology. The one in Athens has an orientation towards religious sociology. The one in Thessaloniki mostly towards sociology of religion. This is a selection from my archive of some previous publications in the field. I'm not going to translate all the titles in Greek, but it is interesting that on your right you see a publication from the National Center for Social Research, and the title is Pastoral Preparation of the Future Couple, a Preparation of Love, Contribution to Pastoral Theology, Psychology, and Sociology last.
But it was
in the 70s. So when it comes to the study of non-religion, here there are two books published. The first one in 1984 from a professor in the School of Theology of Athens called Sociology of Atheism, in which the approach was that there is a problem with atheism that societies, religion and the church should deal with, a social problem and a psychological problem to some point. And on the right is my book, published last year, based on qualitative research with people self-identified as atheists, using semi-structured interviews and participant observation. So a few numbers for this field in Greek society about the non-religious field. If one looks at the different surveys and opinion polls from the 2006 onwards, during the last years, I think we can observe a decline in different aspects when it comes to religion, religious affiliation, religiosity. Of course, they are not the same. We need to differentiate them. But we can observe this either in the population in general or more specifically among young people, which I think is also very interesting for someone to look into. So when we look closer to some data from opinion polls and surveys about young people, we can see that almost 30% of them, 35, say that they don't believe in God, or they don't feel close, or they don't feel that religion is important to them. And I think that this gradual decline is also verified by the World Value Survey and the ESS, and which signify also an age gap between generations. So younger generations being more, feel not so close to religion and the Orthodox Church, of course. Some other findings came from a study last year, a quantitative and qualitative one, where 75% of participants, of young people 15 to 34 years old, replied that they self-identify as Greek Orthodox, which is reasonable enough. However, 24% self-identified as atheist and 15% as irreligious or agnostic. The interesting thing, of course, is how they signify and what's the narrative behind that, behind the numbers, why they move away from religion and the Orthodox Church, or why they break this religious memory chain as has been described in the literature, transferring religious beliefs from one generation to the other. Here, the role of the church is very important, as they mention it. For example, church's stance on human rights, on minorities, migrants and refugees, on women's rights. That was very strong from some female participants, how they stress this in their narratives. LGBTQI rights, and of course the role of the church in politics and the impact and the influence of the church in politics. More specific issues were the issue of euthanasia, the construction of an Islamic mosque in Athens, abortion, of course, cremation, or the identity cards that we had some debates even recently. They also mentioned scandals in the church, for example, financial or sexual scandals, of course not to the same degree as the Catholic Church, but this is something mentioned from, in the interviews. And they also mentioned reading sacred texts, for example, the Bible, arguing that when we read the Bible, we felt that we are no close anymore to this religion. And finally, oppression or perceived oppression, at least to them, this is how they take it, explicit or implicit, in different aspects of their lives, in society in general, in the family, obligation to go to the church, for example, in the workplace, and of course in school, in public schools, where we have everyday morning prayer, we have a religious class which is dominated by Orthodox religion, we have an annual consecration every year by a priest, and of course church attendance. So they perceive this as pressure from the school environment. Of course, there are some perhaps more sociological explanations to why they move away from religion and the church. And this, as it has been argued, for other contexts as well. And this is education, of course, higher education during the last decades, especially after the restoration of democracy in 1974. Geographic mobility, for example, young people traveling more nowadays, either for Erasmus or for postgraduate studies, or for work abroad, so they come across different cultures and religions. And of course, the internet and social media, which also seem to play a crucial role. I remember one of my interviewees saying that until the time of the internet, I thought that everybody in the world, even in China, were Christian Orthodox. So I don't have any concluding remarks of that, just two closing questions. Perhaps we can discuss some preliminary answers. That if there is a space for a new subfield in the sociology of religion in Greece, taking in mind that sociology of religion is not very well developed, and also if a development of the sociology of religion in Greek society could come through the study of the non-religion, which is an interesting observable trend nowadays, especially among young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this insightful speech. And we keep the questions for the end. And now Dimitris Lalas, who was and is a close collaborator to the National Center for Social Research. And he will present Consumption Matters, Theoretical Perspectives and Challenges in Consumption Studies. It's part of your work, of your research work
yes.
concerning consumption. Yeah, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I would like to thank Hellenic Sociological Society for the invitation and other institutions for organizing this very interesting symposium. As the distinguished distinguished Italian sociologist of culture and consumption, Roberta Sassatelli, argues, consumption is a very lively, ever-evolving field, an angle through which we can really be at the forefront of sociological research. I think that this view raises a challenge for the Greek academic and research community, as the field of consumption studies is not sufficiently developed here, whereas in the USA and Europe, the field has been developing at a steady pace, especially since the mid-80s, and recently seems to be developing in Latin America and Asian countries, and Australia. Here, you can see some research projects and indicative publications of Greek researchers from the fields of sociology of consumption, cultural sociology, social anthropology and material culture, communication theory, subcultural studies, gender studies, and social theory. These works deal with the various aspects and the dimensions of the consumer phenomenon. In the following, then I will attempt to summarize key problematizations of consumption, theoretical perspectives, and challenges of the field of consumption studies. For this presentation, I have drawn on the literature study and theoretical elaboration I did in the context of my postdoctoral research project. On my article entitled Consumption Practices and Consumerism, published at the Greek Review of Social Research, as well as on two recent articles by Roberta Sassatelli and Alan Ward in the first issue of a new journal, Consumption and Society, first published in 2002. So, the presentation of the problematizations of consumption is crucial because the different ways in which consumption is problematized refer indirectly and directly to representations and visions of well-being, the ideal social, economic, and political organization, of good manners, and to ways of critical reading and analysis of the social. In the thinking of the physiocrats, the pre-classical proponents of free trade and classical economists, we find the conceptualization of consumption as the spending of resources and products promoting the economy. Smith offers an ambiguous conceptualization. For Veblen, for example, consumption is conceptualized as a counterproductive spending of productive resources and goods in the sense that conspicuous consumption aspires to the comparison between individuals in terms of spending endurance and social prestige, and not to the general impersonal improvement of human life. The conceptualization of consumption as a spending desire can be found in the economical thinking of mercantilists, precursors of neoclassical economic theory and the neoclassics, who attempt to answer the question of the origin of the value of goods using the mechanism of supply and demand. If the value of a good arises from the subjective rating of its degree of usefulness, then its consumption is a process of satisfying the need which has rendered this good useful, necessary, and desirable. The conceptualization of consumption as a process contributing to the reproduction of the productive subject is found both in representatives of 18th century British economic thought and in the classics. In the context of the 18th century British economic thought, the proponents of high salaries claimed that high payments could be a motive for the utilization and improvement of human productive capacities. For Malthus, the disposal of a part of the working class salary for the purchase of consumer goods consists of non-productive spending consumption, while it's indirectly productive for the capitalist and the state. According to Marx, consumption is not conceptualized only as a reproduction process of the productive subject, but also as a process of its production, given that consumption produces production, as Marx argues, since it certifies the product's value in use via its consumption, it creates the motive and sets the production goal, it reproduces the need, and it produces the subject itself. For some mercantilists and 18th century British economists, support this conceptualization as they argue for low salaries that would only ensure survival in order to achieve the maximum possible labor offer, given that an increase of salaries would trigger the innate tendency of workers to consumer spending and perverse pleasures, moral degradations, and laziness. Emile Durkheim, as we know, supports a conceptualization of consumption as a force potentially disruptive for social cohesion and stability, given that in the modern condition, the rapid growth of productive forces and the expansion of the market economy favor the freeing of consumption appetites and the imagination for new pleasures, and combined with the reduction of old forms of collective disciplining, it signals the permanency of anomic situations and feelings of personal distress and dissatisfaction. Now, the conceptualization of consumption as a practice of social distinction and differentiation is common in classical and contemporary sociological thought, as well as in the field of cultural studies. In sociological thought, we can find three general approaches. One begins with Marx, including, among others, Veblen, Simmel, Baudrillard, Bourdieu, who study consumption as a means of competition for social status and consolidation of the taste hierarchies and the socioeconomic distances between persons and social group classes. The second approach includes studies contesting the traditional cultural taste dualism, elitist and massive, show tendencies of cultural omnivorousness of the higher and middle social strata, and tendencies to combine cultural types crossing the social classes, as well as movements of the symbolic and social boundaries, affecting not only the socioeconomic but also the moral status, as Lamont argues. These approaches seem to mainly conceptualize consumption as a practice of social differentiation on a cross-class, interpersonal, and intrapersonal level. The third approach includes approaches in the heterogeneous spectrum of postmodern social thought. Here we can detect the conceptualization of consumption both as a social differentiation practice articulated on the social stratification axis and as a practice of horizontal differentiation of the level of lifestyles and cultural identities. In the studies of social group, cultural practices comprising subcultures or countercultures, consumption seems to be conceptualized as a social differentiation practice and the practice of contesting the established social hierarchy and the taste hierarchy. In this case, consumption practices are not organized by the imitation mechanism, nor do they intend to improve the position of the persons in the existing status hierarchy. But as signifying practices, they function as social recognition means reversing the prevailing criteria of social value setting. The conceptualization of consumption as a practice contributing to social culture reproduction is found in structuralist approaches in the fields of sociology, social and cultural anthropology, and semiotics. Sociological thought includes a conceptualization of consumption as a strategy of personal survival, meaning that the socioeconomic conditions and orientations and requirements of the dominant culture promote consumption as a manner of survival and adaptation of an individual. In this approach, various consumer practices are interpreted as responses of individuals to the norms and challenges of social life. The conceptualization of consumption as a mechanical procedure, similar to the industrial procedure, having alienating results, is found in radical political and social theory. Consumption is deemed as a process of alignment with the requirements of the production and advertising system, reproducing patterns of behavior and wasting the capability for creative transubstantiation of needs and critical thinking abilities. The conceptualization of consumption as a practice of active appropriation was formulated in the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies in Birmingham in the 80s. From Hall's neo-Gramscian to John Fiske's post-structural approach, the consumption of cultural goods is seen as an appropriation practice with a lower or higher rate of interpretative freedom. A critical methodological addition to this approach is made by Michel Desserteau, who conceptualizes consumption as a secondary production made by users, consumers. Furthermore, in the approach of an ethnographic radical empiricism, taking from Hegelian thought the dialectic methodology and the term of objectification, Daniel Miller conceptualizes consumption as a practice of active resource appropriation by humans who attempt to establish their identities, their relationships, and their schemes for understanding themselves, others, and the world. So let's see some basic aspects of main theoretical perspectives. Since the 60s, in the context of the 40s regime of mass production and consumption in the United States and Europe, we have had the first systematic social studies of consumption. The focus of these studies is on the dimension of acquisition. Informed by Keynesian macroeconomics, neoclassical theory, and critical political economy, these approaches treat consumption as the final stage of the economic cycle, which ultimately contributes to the reproduction of the economic system. Even the cultural dimensions of consumption, such as taste, are taken as epiphenomena of production in the sense that they are steered and shaped by the promotional mechanisms of production. Consumption tends to be reduced to the dimension of purchases and the preferences manifested in the market by invoking a representation of a sovereign utilitarian consumer. to a matter of social policy and to the reproduction of labor power. Now, since the 70s, the so-called cultural turn has marked a critique of economistic accounts of consumption. Now the emphasis shifts from the instrumental dimensions of consumption to the symbolic aesthetic dimensions of goods and services, and to the communicative, expressive functions of consumption practices. We move from the utilitarian sovereign consumer and the passive manipulated consumer to the active consumer, to the expressive individual consumer. From consumption as an epiphenomenon of capitalist production to consumption as a central principle of social order and as a field of individual and group cultural choice, expression, and action. In 1979, we have the publication of two important works, which, according to some, mark the foundation of the field of the sociology of consumption. These works are Mary Douglas and Baron Isherwood, The World of Goods, and Pierre Bourdieu's Distinction. As Sassatelli points out, these works mark a shift from goods as language to the way this language is spoken in practice. And key dimensions of this shift is that goods deemed as a system of non-verbal communication, goods as material supports of social interaction, and consumption practices as ways of marking social boundaries and one's position in the social world. These two works open up the empirically by now well-founded investigation and discussion on taste, consumption practices, consumption patterns, and their relation to social stratification. Meanwhile, the cultural turn, which had dominated the 90s, was criticized for the following reasons: for cultural explanations for cultural phenomena, neglect of economic material inequalities, voluntaristic theory of action, neglect of material and instrumental dimensions, neglect of embodied activities, neglect of everyday routinized activities, neglect the role of objects and materialities, and a tendency to prefer a cognitive approach.
No, just 3 slides. You have just 3. Okay.
A response to these shortcomings came mainly from the side of anthropology, where ethnographic scholars since the mid-80s exploited the concept of appropriation. Consumption here is seen as a way of appropriating, using, and transforming object commodities for the purposes of the consumer. And this approach opens up an important field for the investigation of the processes of commodification and decommodifications and the boundaries between them. The focus tends to things and to the processes of their manufacture, distribution, and appropriation and everyday use, as well as to the role of objects themselves in the relations of individuals and their actions. In the late 18th and early 20th and early 21st century, we have the so-called practice turn, in the sense that the theories of practice that had begun to be formulated in the 70s and 80s are enriched with new philosophical considerations and applied to new fields. The basic aim of theories of practice is to avoid individualism, holism, cognitive idealism, to dispute the structure-action dualism, and to ground structure and action in social practices. The shift towards embodiment, materiality, practical knowledge and understanding, the non-conscious and routinized character of action, and especially to the generative character of practices themselves, in terms of subjectivity, shared knowledge and understanding, skills, dispositions and desires, forms of action and social relations, as well as in terms of social order. So, in order to close this presentation, I'm going to have some comments for concerning some basic methodological and theoretical challenges in this field of consumption studies and sociology of consumption. Roberta Sassatelli supports that one basic research concern for this field is the decolonialization of the consumer and the market. And this means that we have to study in a genealogical manner how certain representations of the consumer and the market were constituted. Representations of the consumer and the market are performative and are articulated each time in specific material, social, and cultural contexts. And the performativity of these representations implies process of subjectifications. So it's crucial to proceed with such a socio-historical approach in order to highlight the processes of subjectifications of individuals as consumers, highlight the consumer practices and their justification principles, and the power relations involved in subjectification processes. Also, it's important to approach the individual as an embodied subject, the consumer as an embodied agent who is shaped in the circumstances of everyday interaction, in relations with objects and others, with institutional environments and spaces of everyday life, and with the dominant discourses and promoted techniques of the self. Sassatelli argues that we can understand how consumption contributes to the consolidation of different forms of embodiment that support social and cultural hierarchies. Also, it's fruitful to highlight consumption as a cultural battlefield, focusing on the one hand on dominant normative discourses and on the other hand on modes of everyday interaction and consumption practices, and the way in which people receive, accept, modify, or challenge normative discourses and their truth claims. Also, it's interesting to investigate the cultural production of commodity value and the cultural constitution of markets. The methodologies of following the thing or a system of provision attempt to analyze distinct markets for specific products. Furthermore, it's interesting to study the rearrangements of the boundaries between commodification and decommodification through the contemporary paradigms of the sharing economy and the collaborative economy. Also, as Alan Ward supports, we have to study the balance between the market and the state provision of goods and services, to study the different political regimes of consumption, the way and conditions of provision and acceptance of goods and services has an impact on the experience of consumption. The relationships involved between the provider and the recipient, the emotions and the forms of enjoyment and pleasure of consumption are linked to modes of provision, and this highlights the social impact of consumption. Other challenges pertain to the study of alternative forms of non-market exchange by which people acquire things to appropriate and use, to study collective consumption, to study state political regimes and the conditions for the provision of collective goods, or to study other channels of supply of goods and services, such as household self-production, kinship and friendship networks, community networks, charities, gifts, or even theft and expropriation. To study non-commodity forms of exchange, such as community forms of provision, linked to cooperative or sharing economy projects, can highlight attempts to work out new labor relations, new modes of production and consumption. According to Ward, a crucial challenge is to recognize the social embeddedness of consumption. The social embeddedness of consumption consists in conceiving social actors as subjects who exist, live, and consume in a relational, institutional, and cultural contexts. For example, the very concept of utility cannot explain social relations and social practices. Instead, it must take into account the principles that are materialized in institutions and the norms of behavior set by institutions. Consumption unfolds in institutional contexts, which regulate the behavior and action through specific norms. We have to move, according to Ward, we have to move beyond the individual-centered, self-referential strategic economic action. And such institutional environments influencing consumption can be governments, states, the political and legal system, social networks, education, professional associations, political parties, radical social movements, religious and other social, cultural associations. It's useful also to recognize the moral, ethical, and political dimensions of consumption. The study of moral and ethical dimensions of consumption has to do with the study of the moral justification of consumption practices on the part of consumers, and sub-political or political consumption practices such as boycotts, campaigns, protests, activist actions, community structures of self-managed community production and consumption, which highlight social issues such as hunger, poverty, austerity, food insecurity, energy poverty, exploitation of child labor, labor exploitation, environmental destruction and climate change, human and animal rights violations. Finally, a contemporary challenge refers to the study of social inequalities in consumption through the investigation of the concentration of wealth and power, the distribution of income and property from a macro-sociological perspective. For example, we have to investigate the consumption practices and lifestyles of social elites and the super rich, as well as their socioeconomic and environmental impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitris. I think that we should, I have some questions, but let's start by the audience. Professor Kirtsis.
Thank you. I have a question to Alexandros Sakellariou. It was not clear to me how the sample was selected. The sample was selected in the surveys you have presented. These surveys were supposed to be representative for Greek society. But who were the Greeks? The ones who are proven Greek citizens or the inhabitants of Greece?
Let's take all questions and then, is there any?
Okay, of course, yes. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you. I have a question for Dr. Nikos Souliotis, who, of course, had the patience to go through, the book and constitute those categories. I was just wondering whether you think that, you mentioned Bakhtin at the end, whether you think that ultimately this is an example of heteroglossia in Bakhtin's terms. In the end, do you think, for example, if I understood correctly, that this categorization that you did led Spiros and me to present something that is, full of ideology and perspectives? And I mean, is there something in the jargon, for example, that is so different and so from natural language? That is what I don't understand. I mean, somehow sociology comes in the middle. I may have just missed the point completely here, but I believe that you implied that somehow, jargon was a mixed approach was adopted, which led us to this heteroglossia, this this unconscious almost adoption of ideological schemas or interpretations and evaluations and so on. If I understood that correctly. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions?
Thank you. A quite related question for Nikos and Dimitra. I was very much inspired by your presentation. I would like to make a rather naive question, which is, of course, very hard to answer. exactly because of its naivety. And I wanted you to tell us something more about your definition or the limits, or at least the dimensions of natural language, which of course is not an easy task. But I think we would easily agree in this room that there hardly is a common natural language across social groups, across social classes, across levels of educational capital or ethnic groups and so on. So I was wondering if your very inspiring, again, argument, your invitation for this double translation is in a sense based on an assumption that there is one natural language which is shared by a wider public, or instead we should think about different natural languages shared by different publics, by different audiences and commons. And especially, for example, since you mentioned civil society as a common, as a natural language element, I was wondering whether with natural language, we have in mind the language of the politicians, to connect this table with the previous one, with which we want to have discussions and consultations, or the language of experts, or the language of educated audiences. So how does this affect your invitation for this double translation? And another point is speaking especially about big data and their effects on this artificial versus natural language discussion. I was thinking especially of these methods that that are very popular and we are all familiar with, to disseminate our work, sociological work about big data, on big data, or coming from big data. For example, these infographics that are very common, with which we produce an artificial language. It's very artificial with figures and images and colors, of course, but despite its artificial character, it is very much, it's very accessible to wider audiences. And in this sense, the last question is whether in our effort to speak natural language with this simple means tends to contribute to a language that is not really natural. It is very accessible, but it is in a sense voiceless. It's without words. It's based on figures, again, on hard data. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all for your presentations. It was all of them were really interesting. So I've got a couple of questions for Nikos. The first one is related with the new techniques, new data and new technologies, I would say, like in the production of knowledge, not only the dissemination phase, like I'm not quite sure whether you are familiar with ChatGPT or other artificial intelligence techniques and tools that can create as well, in a way, articles, papers, and to an extent, knowledge. And my concern here is how we, how we adjust to that. Is it part, of disseminating to publics as well in a more accessible way? Can be integrated in our work as sociologists, or is something that in a way is a threat to knowledge, to our expertise, to our research? Can we find ways to adjust to these new technologies and these changes? This is the first question. The second one is more or less maybe I'm not sure if it was related with the previous one, about the multiple audiences and the multiple publics that we have to communicate our work, and to what extent this means if we need a double translation or a triple, quadruple, and many more to reach the different audiences or stakeholders, as it was mentioned yesterday as a term. I've got one more for a quick one for Alexandros. I'm somehow familiar with his work, and he has done really excellent work all these years. This is coming from personal observation, common sense. This is for your research and for your work, not about the field and the subfield in sociology of religion. I cannot ask questions about that. I've seen in young people in a wider extent that they mention a lot, younger from me and in my generation, in other younger generations, they mention a lot phrases. In Greek, we are a lot of familiar about God, about Jesus, all these common phrases that we might have in our experience. You just say how you are today, how do you feel, and I've noticed that there are, like, from young people, thanks to God, doxa to Theo, thanks to God, I'm fine, and it was like I've noticed that the other day, and I think it keeps coming and coming and coming. And how is this related with your work? And about Dimitris, I don't have a question, but I just have to say that he has done a really great work as well. We are in the similar field, and I think sociology of consumption, it needs to get some lights in our networks, in the Hellenic Sociological Association. Of course, in the European, there is a special network, a research network for that, and we have a lot of work to do in the future as well.
Yes, thank you very much, all of you. I have two questions. Nikos, you have a lot of questions to answer, so I'm not going to put another one. Yes. I have a question for Alexandros, because as I understand it, you treat non-religion as a sub-field of the sociology of religion. I mean, how important and significant is to treat it as a sub-field? Or, I mean, in conceptual, epistemological terms, the non-religion and religion cannot, from a researcher's point of view, they can be investigated under the same field umbrella. I mean, it's just... and I have a question for Dimitris. You, at the end, you presented various fields. Some of them characterize great portions of sociology. I'm not sure if what you are suggesting for future research endeavors is to use consumerism and consumer culture as a vehicle to understanding social change, which might be connected with all those major fields of sociological inquiry you have presented us in your last diagram. Thank you.
I couldn't resist then, but ask the last two presenters. Although I have one question for you, but in the break we can discuss it because you got too many questions. So having been aware about Alexandros and Dimitris' work for some years now, I know that they both are very enthusiastic sociologists. So I think that these are two questions for you. I mean, they're relevant, I hope, to both of you. How relevant do you find Latour's descriptive term? Because a lot of work that you've done and you are doing is using social theory, but what about empirical input, how it is, I mean, integrated, because I know that you integrate a lot of empirical work, empirical research, empirical material. And one question is that, and how this balance between theoretical framework and empirical input, and how you integrate the empirical input, whether this is a challenge for you. That's one question. And the second question has to do with how you find yourselves being sociologists, but working in a specific subfield. All of us work in specific subfields, but we jump from one subfield to the next one, or to the. I know that you are very consistent in the work that you are doing, both of you. But is it that we see a new development in sociology towards fragmentation? Is it a new thing, and we lose what the synthesis? When we work in the sub disciplines, do we actually fragment our work and look at it more in a fragmented manner, not in a sociologically integrated manner? So to say, this is a challenging question, I know, and looking forward to hear your reply.
Thank you very much for these presentations. Very interesting to hear you. I'm trying to be brief for Nikos. I was wondering, when you said we need to formulate the problems, the sociological problems, in common terms, in common language. I was wondering if you wanted to say that we should formulate those problems in first place in common language, or should we formulate those problems in sociological terms and then translate them into common language? For Alexandros, I was interested in several things. But just to be brief, I was curious about the polemic you mentioned about identity cards. I don't know what is this. In Greece, I imagine there is a polemic on this. Well, namely, also this question that the colleague also mentioned about the non-religion and the religions, being religion so present nowadays. So it's not a non-religious future, as we saw in this book you presented. Is this really needed to really think about this compartment, let's say? And for Dimitris, I also work a little bit on this area, and it was a very exhaustive presentation of themes and authors on consumption. I was wondering, in terms of the Greek society, what are the main challenges in terms of consumption, inequalities, and domination, considering several scales, not only at the national level, but also at an European global scale? I don't know if you can say something from your research about that. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for the very beautiful presentations. And I would agree with Nikos about the jargon and the language we have to use to put it as much as possible, simple terms, but the question is, do we have to do this or somebody else? Do we have to do this personally or somebody else? And that is the question I posed yesterday, that we need people to translate our work, to disseminate it to some information platforms, whatever. But the point is also how languages masks power relationships or reveals power relationships, and if you can say something about it, that's my question. The second is, I would like to ask Alexandros whether in this subfield or field, I don't mind how you call it, that there is a space for a phenomenon that people have a religious devotion but are not religious. I would be interested. you know. Many of us have a religious devotion to our work, but we're not religious. We don't believe in something, and whether it is irreligion or something, just a clarification to make it a bit interesting. And Mr. Lala's very interesting, this metric of consumption, but I'm a bit confused between use, buy, steal, and consume. Where does one start, where the other, and when it becomes consumption? Just a clarification point, just to understand what your beautiful presentation was about. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. We will try to make it simple. We were very influenced by the French school of thought, so very sorry about it, because some things were not very clear. And maybe because of the jargon, maybe we should use scientific jargon and not the division of artificial and natural language. What we tried to do is, and of course the answer is yes, you understood well, that sociologists, and we tried to see that in relation to the public role and the impact sociologists have in the public discourse. And we see that we are quite absent or are not quite strong in this kind of discourse. And the artificial language was a mean as well of sociologists all around the world to find a common language. The methods were oriented towards the artificial language because we had always tools and methods. Statistics is not a science or the methods we used. And it was a kind of embedment of the discipline. That's the way this is the positive aspect. And of course, because we have the concurrencies with the rivalities with political sciences and all the other disciplines, there is an interdisciplinarity. We are in the making of having a broader concept of social sciences, etc., but we need to confirm our identity as well. And the same happens with the data. Yorgos, there was another question as well concerning GDP. No, this is a very new method, nothing to do with that. We talk about new data types. We made a lot of different versions of the paper. So it was, in our mind, new data types. And when we speak about that, don't confuse the way to disseminate the information. That was not our first thought. It was about the methods and how sociology faces this data-driven and this complex data landscape. And we think that sociologists, because the data are there, and it is an artificial language, although there is the paradox, because we have the natural processing language and the synergies with the computational and linguistic and so on. The way we search is supposed to be simple, but the procedure behind that are quite complex. So the big question is, do we want to be bad computational, bad mathematicians, and good sociologists, or we should have an interaction with these sciences? This is, and there is a very nice article. It's a French sociologist, but it is in English. And he does a frame of analysis with these new methodologies and the data outside. And he started from the beginning, the social concepts, etc., where methods are there, but they are not as standardized as now. And then he moves to the second generation of methodologies, which is the national statistical offices, the state, etc. And he arrives to the present, where the new data types, traces, transformations, etc., of information can be available and useful to the social science research. So this is one of the questions. I don't know if I made it simple. And Nikos?
A very brief answer from my part, going through all the questions. Thank you very much for these very constructive questions. In fact, when we formulate our questions and we choose our research objects, I think that in the first place we have to think in common terms, because this is what corresponds to the social concerns. If there are social groups that suffer, or if there are obvious inequalities in our society, I don't know. If there are some social concerns which are shared by other people in society, the first thing is to detect that and to formulate it in common terms, and then see how you can get help from sociology to understand better this social concern. So in my eyes, the first step is to formulate things in common terms. I agree with Yorgos, with you, with Konstantinos. Obviously, we're sociologists. We know that there is no one common language. There are multiple languages. Different social spaces have their own languages. It is a simplification. There was an exclamation, a red exclamation on the slide there in the definition of the relationship between this jargon, so scientific jargon and the common language, that there is no single common language. So I agree there may be a need for multiple translations. Of course, there is a minimum common language that we understand everybody in the society, but to come to your remark, the sociological language jargon, as every scientific language, is a tool to arrive to some results, and is shared by colleagues. So this is the utility of this jargon. When we address other people, we have to translate back our findings in common terms, because we produce symbolic products. I mean, our books and our papers are symbolic products. They have to be, not probably the papers, but the books more or less have to be intelligible by other people. Otherwise, we do not give back something to society, something that it is.
But don't you agree that we think of our audiences always?
We?
Before we write something. We think of our audiences.
We are no own?
We think of our audiences.
I think that the anxiety to...
The language that one uses depends very much on the audience that you have in front of you.
This is the problem. I think that the anxiety to be recognized by colleagues is that imposes some kind of esoteric language. I mean, this is the argument. Of course, there are differences between writers, obviously.
Can I ask something just provocatively? How would you translate into common language in Greek gender relations? How would you do this practically? Without referring to a whole...
Well, I will refer to a phrase that I like very much. It was on a slide. Marx was saying that the purpose of art has to be hidden like the springs in a sofa. So when you sit on a sofa, you have to feel comfortable, but you don't have to see the springs. So the methodology, I think, that has to play the same role. It's not about what we can see, what we can say about one word, έμφυλες σχέσεις, or something else. Besides, there are words that are coming from sociology which become a part of common language. So some words like this, after all, they become, or for example, the example that George mentioned about the infographics, there is some education of the public that make them capable today to understand an infographic, which was not probably the case 20 or 30 years ago. So it's a dynamic relation. But I think that when you address to non-specialists, you have to hide the methodology. The methodology has to be there, and the scientific credibility has to be there. But finally, a guy who's not sociologist has to be able to understand what he has to be able to read the story in the book. This is what I want to say.
And the infographics, Yorgo, because I forgot to respond. And for infographics, it's a mean. We don't talk about data, because infographics you can make with all sorts of data. And the way infographics have been created is to disseminate the information in an easy way. But it's not a method. It's just a mean. Yeah, and emphasis is the same, because you need some time to absorb some notions and to make the migration from the scientific language to the common language.
Probably the other two presenters would like to answer.
Okay, I will try to be brief. The brief answer is, let's talk about it in the break. So about the sample, I'm not going to talk about the qualitative sample because the purpose was not to be representative. But for the second survey, I participated as a collaborator. I worked with a survey company, and the effort was to be representative among young people in Greece. So it could include, in Greece, yeah. Citizenship, could be second generation immigrants without a citizenship, for example. About the phrases young people use, first of all, there is the answer that, of course, the majority are Greek Orthodox still. And secondly, I have an anecdote from my interviewees who was self-identified as atheist. As we were talking, in one of her answers said, thank God I didn't do that. So this is a cultural element as well in many cases that is used in everyday life, and I noticed that. The subfield is a very big discussion. I try to present here the international debate and the arguments about institutionalization. I'm not very sure that we should talk about the subfield, not only because in Greece it's not, sociology of religion is not developed, but generally. And this perhaps relates to Apostolos' comment about fragmentation. I'm not in favor of that, of course. I try to combine, for example, sociology of religion with sociology of youth or sociology of migration, studying religion among migrants and refugees. So I think there is a need of that, and I'm not supporting these different fields, subfields, and continuously dividing fields in the sociology. Of course, there is a challenge. This is a very big answer. I'm not going to go into this from empirical data to theoretical debates and discussions, and how you make that in your research, how you translate them. For example, for my case, it was a discussion about religion and the whole debate about how religion is defined and if religion could be defined as memory and what that means about secularization and things like that. So, of course, there is a big challenge how to deal with your data and how to translate it into theory. And I think there was a question about identity cards. That's an issue in Greek. That's perhaps a Greek exceptionalism that we were talking about yesterday. In 2000, there was a big debate about removing religious affiliation from the identity cards, which was a state issue. So in the identity card, you had that if you're a Greek Orthodox or a Muslim or a Jew. This resulted to huge demonstrations in Athens of millions of people, and the church being involved in that, arguing that this is against our tradition and our religion, etc. And recently there was another debate about new identity cards that will be according to European legislation, like the credit cards, things like that with a chip. And again, some religious circles reacted about that because it would be against our religion and things like that. We can talk a lot about it in the break. It's interesting. And finally, about the differentiation. as I understand your question. Of course, there are different, if you like, categories if you want to follow this path, but of course you have people who are self-identified as Greek Orthodox, but they don't believe. So they say that I'm going only for Easter, some weddings, etc., but just belonging without believing, or believing without belonging, the discussions in the European context. And there are many different variations of that. So of course there are different, that's why I'm also very supportive of qualitative studies in order to see behind, the numbers in the quantitative, in the numbers that, okay, these are atheists, what does that mean? These are irreligious, how they're self-identified and what that means. That's...
Well, concerning the questions about the role of consumption, if it's a title, if it's an analytical prism, it's interesting that in the field of consumption studies there is a discussion about this. For example, Alan Ward supports that we cannot use, it's not good to use, it's good to avoid to use the adjectives of consumer society, because in this way we are giving a priority to the figure of consumer. And if we are talking about consumer society, we neglect or underestimate other crucial procedures in our societies like production and so on. I think that this view is problematic, and it's explained by his big theoretical scheme about social practices, in which consumption is just a moment of many social practices. I think this is the wrong point, the wrong argument in another very useful theoretical tradition of theories of practice. Well, from my point of view, I agree with Roberta Sassatellis and other theories of consumption and culture that consumption can be utilized as an angle, as an analytic prism in order to study some very crucial aspects of our everyday life. And what does this mean? That we accept this general ideal type of Zygmunt Baum, proposed by Zygmunt Bauman, that we have this transition from society of producers to society of consumers. What does this mean? That consumption has a central role concerning the social integration, the reproduction of economic system, reproduction of economic system, reproduction of social system, and construction, formation of individual and collective identities. And at the same time, I think that we have the right to use this analytical prism of consumption and consumerism, because I think that this is that I tried to point out and to elaborate in my work to create a definition, an analytically instrumental definition about consumerism as a mainstream and dominant cultural ethos in late modern capitalist societies. And what does this mean? That if we use this concept, we can understand and study some basic traits, some basic tendencies in our contemporary culture. And we can focus on social practices, on moralities, on materialities, and so on. Well, about the boundaries between use, buy, steal, and consumption. Well, the answer is not easy, but I have tried to give an answer by using and developing the analytical scheme of consumption practices, appropriation, provision by means of purchasing or expropriation, or by state provision goods, collective consumption. Well, provision, appropriation, use, transformation of objects, and waste, all these are procedures, are moments of consumption practices. I have tried to give an analytic criterion in order to delimitate where is the boundaries between consumption practices and other practices. It's not easy, but we have to get rid of automatically negative significations of consumption. Consumptions can have different and multiple meanings and results. Symbolic, cultural, political, economic, social results. Okay. So I think that one basic analytical criterion in order to understand a consumption practice is to set at the center of our analysis which is the relation of individuals, of subjects with the objects. We have a relation of projections selves to the objects, or we have inversely the projection of object to the self. I think that this is useful to understand some very subtle procedures concerning the consumption and the relation between subjects and objects. So provision, appropriation, use, waste are processes, are moments that constitute a consumption practice, consumer practice. Well, concerning the question about fragmentation and I think that the basic challenge, from my point of view, is to see how to gain from a multidisciplinary approach. What I mean is that, for example, the field of consumption studies can be enriched a lot if sociology comes to meet history. If sociology of consumption deals with material culture studies, with political and cultural geography and other studies. But the crucial point is that we have to be we have to have epistemological awareness. What I mean is that our product of research, for example, our product, the book or papers, our knowledge, the knowledge that we produce has to have an epistemological stability and compatibility. We have to be aware about different epistemological perspectives. So, from my point of view, it's critical to be aware of this, and when we create a multidisciplinary work, our choices concerning methodologies, analytical schemes, have to to create a common epistemological ground. Now, concerning this relation of empirical input and theoretical framing, yeah, and it's not easy to give how to say a clear answer. It needs a reflection on our work. But I think that if we I think that it depends from the epistemological perspective that we move on. For example, if someone starts from a positivist epistemological stance, he or she has to face a very difficult problem. But I think that's a little bit more easy if we start from the epistemological perspective of social constructionism, which has which holds some anti-essentialist, anti-positivist views, and try to learn, to study the social world, starting from the ideas and the theories that the same human subjects under research, the same human subjects use in order to build their theories about themselves, about their relationships with others, about their social world. So I'm not sure if this helps the discussion, but for me it's crucial to show which is your epistemological perspective. And this answer, these questions can be answered from this point of view. Thank you very much.
Είναι σε PowerPoint, σε PDF.
PDF και τα δύο το έχω βασικά.
Ωραία, θα πάρουμε το PDF.
Απλά φαίνεται και εδώ τώρα αυτό,
Ναι.
αν μιλάμε από εδώ.
Ναι, ναι, από εκεί θα φαίνεται. Εδώ...
Όχι.
Όχι. Εδώ και εδώ θα φαίνεται.
Λίγο δεν με βολεύει πολύ αυτό γιατί πρέπει να αλλάζω εμένα και κείμενο. Καλά, θα δω.
Λοιπόν, το έχετε αποθηκεύσει εδώ.
Ναι, είναι το an invitation. Εντάξει, αυτό που βολεύει, που είπαμε από την αρχή. Αλλά εγώ με τις καλές τελευταίος. Οπότε...
Εσείς έχετε παρουσίαση. Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
I hope it feels better. Yes. Yes, but it's a little danger to have him here. Of course, yeah. But is he doing okay? Okay, not at the beginning. Okay. Now it's getting better. Yes. I wish him well.
Should we start? Okay. So we are welcome you on the fifth session of this symposium. We are a little bit behind the schedule, but it has to do also with lively discussions that we have and the very interesting presentations. Now we're going to tackle an issue. We're going outside the academia, let's say, and see what happens, not outside the academia, before the academia, in the secondary education, and we have the luck to have a comparative perspective from Portugal and Greece to see what is going on in secondary schools. But let me, just for a couple of minutes, to share with you something that has to do with our issue here. In 2019, in March 2019, some months before the election, there was an article published in Athens Voice. All Greek colleagues know Athens Voice. It's a free press, very of high circulation. We can find it every Thursday in coffee shops, train stations, etc., in many places of mass consumption, to come to a previous presentation, which was called The Proselytism of Student Youth to the Left Through Sociology. And it had another title, The Insertion of Sociology in the Secondary Education is Nothing Else But Brainwashing for Minor Students. I will not go through the article, just in the conclusion of the article, which was widely spread, and of course there was a very lively discussion, many comments in the end, where it says that the insertion of sociology in the secondary education is nothing else but brainwashing, given the character, that their character is under formation and they are very vulnerable in political proselytism, etc., etc. The next government should abolish, this is the verb, καταργήσει, sociology from the first day that they will come to power. So maybe this is an anecdote, but what is interesting here, and it is serious, is that the government actually did abolish sociology from the secondary education. There were other also opinions by ministers. The current Minister of Labour said that sociology turns people to communists. And it is interesting that our good colleague from the University of the Aegean, Stratos Georgoulas, who was one of the co-authors of the textbook for the final grade of sociology, sued the minister for calumny. And the line of argument, the defense of the minister was that I was not talking about this book. I was talking about sociology in general. So I give the floor to our colleagues here to discuss. And first of all, I will give the floor to Dalila Cerejo or Cerejo? Cerejo.
Either way, it's fine. It's
okay.
Much better than some Portuguese people say it. So.
Who is Associate Professor and Vice President of the Portuguese Sociological Association, who will talk about the challenges of teaching sociology at Portuguese secondary schools.
First of all, thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Here I was thinking I would present a dramatic state of sociology teaching in secondary schools when you gave us that concerning message of how sociology is viewed in Greece in secondary schools. So, I think the scope and the message of my lecture has diminished a bit with this news, but still, let me first say that I'm not a teacher at high schools or secondary schools. I work at university, but the thing is that, and this is mostly I aim to talk to you about today. Which is what has been the role of the Portuguese Sociological Association in helping developing teachers of sociology within secondary schools and their work, since they have a very precarious and a very minor position and are in the very pushed back position within secondary schools. So this has been a major concern for the Portuguese Sociological Associations for a couple of years now, and I'll come to that in a bit. So let me just, I promise I won't take more than 15 minutes. I really do. Let me just give you a quick overall of the development of sociology in Portugal, which was considerably delayed due to systematic opposition from the authoritarian regime that governed basically from 26 to 1974 when the Portuguese Revolution took place. So sociology was only able to be fully institutionalized as an autonomous field of education, research, and professional activity during the last 2 decades of the 20th century. And those 2 decades coincided with economic growth, undisputable, political integration within the EU, and a certain and considerable level of cultural openness. And some of these phenomena actually paved the stage for a very specific ethos of the Portuguese sociology. Namely, let me just mention a few. A considerable freedom concerning traditions, sociological traditions of thinking, hierarchies, particularly academic ones, a strong bias, a strong international bias, theoretical and methodological frames, especially from France, UK, and also United States, and a relatively interesting level of interdisciplinarity openness, an involvement in the process of democratization, modernization, and social intervention. The impact of sociology practice into the social fabric, currently in Portugal, nowadays it cannot be dismissed because it is very important. We discussed a bit during our conversations today. How can sociology make a difference, or even if we want that sociology can make a difference in social fabric? I come from a strong tradition in sociology that actually believes in public sociology. In my area of research, being gender-based violence, has for sure in Portugal impact several layers of the social sphere. Just to give you a quick example, there's not a single legislative framework or action plan in Portugal that does not hear sociologists, experts in gender-based violence or gender issues in Portugal. That will not happen because there's a level of recognition for sociology as a field of expertise that knows the sociological and the socio-historical processes regarding gender that justify and that characterize gender inequalities today. And so I could not help but mention this because I think it's important basically to compare experiences. Okay, so it's in a very superficial and quick way. This is the place of sociology today, practicing sociology, public sociology, and its impact in public policies. But this is not what I came to talk to you about. So a first question of my lecture is, how are our higher education system and institutions accommodating sociology? Very briefly, in our higher education system, we have 12 undergraduate courses, about 18 masters, 8 PhD programs, one of them being in gender studies. All of these courses, I mean, undergraduate and postgraduate, are offered in public universities. The challenges that sociology face in the higher educational system are several. I'm not also here, my aim is not to talk about that, but some of the challenges derive from the aim of this lecture, which is the teaching of sociology in secondary schools. So let me just quickly address main difficulties in sociology courses in higher education institutions. Let me highlight just 5. There will be, as you know, I'm sure, a lot more. Difficulties in maintaining the number of students, especially in small towns, due to the attraction of more applied academic degrees and difficulties in providing a consistent education in sociology in the context of redefined curricula designs according to the Bologna Agreement, including a shorter undergraduate training. Difficulties in keeping students in sociology's master and PhD programs when they graduate from sociology, mainly because when they finish their undergraduate studies, they value more applied postgraduate studies, call it disciplinary neoliberalism if you'd like, allegedly more valued within the labor market. The increasing, this might be something we can discuss later on, but as a professor within the academia, within the university, I do feel this a lot. The increasing illiteracy of students regarding the founding theoretical and analytical framework of sociology. I mean, very basic things. If they have eventually in a very lucky way, had sociology in secondary school. So what is common sense? Oh, it's things we already know. No. What is sociology? It studies society. So it's a very basic, not a non-comprehension of the basis of sociology. And it's a very concerning form of illiteracy. And also an increasing illiteracy in basic studying and work methods regarding the sociological heuristic process. So how do these challenges within universities relate to and articulate within the teaching of sociology in secondary schools? I will not bore you with this, but sociology is one of the degrees foreseen in Article 55 of the teaching career. So it's recognized as a proper qualification for teaching in the respective subject group under a specific normative order. However, schools rarely recognize or encourage, sometimes it's not the problem of institutionally recognizing, is encouraging, rarely encourage the existence of this group and their specialists, which means that sociology subjects are systematically taught by teachers with other backgrounds. So as a result, it's not sociologists that teach sociology in secondary schools, but geographers, accountants, and economists. Don't pull your hair already, Olga, so just give me so disciplines that do not even include sociology in their curricula. So despite the fact that sociology has been established since '89 as an optional subject in the 12th grade for students in the second, third, and fourth groups of general secondary educational courses, this is not very important to translate. Sociology is only taught as a mandatory discipline within the 7th teaching group in secondary education, which is the economics group. Now you can, I see, I was expecting that. As many of you probably know, and this is just a parenthesis, as many of you probably know, sociology is established as a mandatory discipline in basic and secondary schools in many countries of Latin America, for instance. So let me address some basic consequences of this scenario. First, there's a quantitative aspect that derives from the lack of encouragement to follow sociology, the disciplinary field of sociology later on, namely into undergraduate studies, which obviously translates into a potential decrease of enrolled students in sociology courses. There is also a qualitative effect, which is the reflection on the quality and expected literacy in future sociology undergraduate studies. So students that do enter into sociology, which is, like I mentioned, a very problematic issue, because the first contact between the students and the teachers, sometimes it's which is not supposed to be so. It's just going back to the basics and deconstructing some, mental framework that they haven't before, because sociology is not properly taught in secondary schools. So secondary education teachers, unlike the rest of their colleagues that teach their own disciplinary areas, sociologist graduates are not positioned as the first choice teachers, but the fourth. So this basically means a backward position to teach their own subjects and in which they're very qualified to do so. So in practice, this implies that sociologists have been systematically pushed away from teaching a subject for which they have unequivocal scientific competence. Am I still all right for time? No. Yeah? Okay. So, despite all of these difficulties in surviving, for sociology to survive in secondary schools, the interest that the subject has aroused among secondary school students, judging by the growing number of candidates that have taken sociology exams, before they enter the undergraduate studies, has been remarkable. So it has been an increasing of students that have taken the sociology exam. And one would think, given this scenario, that this would mean an increasing of enrollment of students in sociology degrees all over the country, but in fact, it hasn't been so. Although we cannot say there has been a pullback in enrollments in Portugal in sociology courses, undergraduate ones, there has definitely been a considerable decrease in enrollments in sociology undergraduate students that chose sociology as their first option. And students that actually chose sociology as their first option of the undergraduate studies, they basically represent 1/4 of the total. Sometimes, some years, even a bit less. So, coming to the aim of the role of the Portuguese Sociological Association in this fight. First, let me tell you that I guess it's the same all over, but in Portugal, change is in fact a struggle, sometimes a battle of decades. So this has been, to tackle this problem of the teaching of sociology in basic and secondary schools, has been a task that has taken at least the 5 past Sociological Association boards. So for about 10 years, the Portuguese Sociological Association have been pressuring the consecutive ministers of education in order to have them reformulating the teaching groups, which is another pernicious aspect of this matter. So in Portugal, the teaching qualification to being able to teach sociology in secondary schools requires a specific master's degree that is offered according to the combination of the teaching groups. I will give you an example. So in Portugal, there is only one master's degree that provides training for teaching group that is currently geared towards teaching sociology at the secondary level, which is group 430, which is economics and accounting. And this master only opens once every 2 years, and it rarely reaches the threshold of the numbers clausus. So it basically means that the number of people being trained for this group that still excludes sociology is very small. So just 2 weeks ago, the Portuguese Sociological Association sent a formal statement on our view on a current project bill that's now being discussed that aims to approve amendments to the legal professional qualification for teaching in preschool, basic and secondary schools. On another note, this project field comes in a very, very, very difficult time in Portugal, where we are now facing a problem of a shortage of professionals qualified to teach in preschools, primary schools, and secondary schools. So this is also a matter of taking advantage of the current situation. So at a hearing in this February, the APS board, the Portuguese Sociological Association, laid out, I believe that's the correct word, we laid out for the Minister of Education proposals for one or more and not mutually exclusive solutions. Let me just mention a few. Reviewing the recruitment group that I told you about, bringing, not the one I told you about, another one, bringing, which is group 420, bringing geography and sociology together in the same teaching group. So we'll have another teaching group that combines geography and sociology. Apostolus, I think you would like this idea. Reviewing also group 430, which would imply a renaming economics, accounting, and sociology. And this would give us the possibility of creating a teaching master degree that combines credits for two scientific areas, economics and sociologies, or accounting and sociology. But it would, in fact, include sociology. And our last, but in some of our views, our preferred scenario, creating a teaching group, a specific teaching group in social sciences and humanities, a proposal that we made alongside with psychology and the Anthropology National Associations. So the Portuguese Sociological Associations Board in proposals is basically to value sociology by proposing the reformulation of the teaching groups and, of course, having in view a positive impact of the quality of teaching sociology in secondary schools. It shouldn't come as a surprise to you. We haven't had a formal response yet, although we had an informal contact that basically means a handful of nothing. But this is basically the context that I wanted to lay out to you. And I know that probably some fellow countries are in this situation. I know probably Greece has a similar yet more dramatic situation. But I'm hoping that talking to you about our proposals and our work within to help our friends and colleagues that teach sociology in school might be of value, a valued experience to some of you. So thank you a lot for hearing me and for your patience.
Thank you very much. And for this illustrative mapping of the situation in Portugal, and of course for the ideas that you have shared with us that might be useful for the Hellenic Sociological Society, but also for the Association of Greek Sociologists. We have the pleasure to have here Dr. Evangelia Tsapatsari, who is the president of the association. Mr. Dr. Stamatis Venetis could not attend because he has COVID. We hope that he gets better very soon. But he is replaced by the General Secretary of the Association, who is Vasiliki Georgaki. So you have, you're going to talk about sociology in secondary education in Greece today.
Good evening to everyone. I'm Evangelia Tsapatsari, President of Greek Association of Sociologists. We are happy to be here. I am Vasiliki Georgaki, General Secretary of Association. And we thank you very much the president of EIKE, Mrs. Ioana Tsiganou, and all, to be here tonight. We apologize for the absence of the Vice President Venetis Stamatis because of COVID. He's better already, thank you. And will be replaced by me. For this, I ask of you your understanding, because I have not a very good relationship with the language as before. Okay. So we talk about sociology in the area of education in Greece today. We have a letter here from our college's teachers from schools. That's why I read. Okay. So a small historical report on the subject of teaching sociology in schools will convince the conference participants of the tragic situation that social scientists are experiencing today. The course was introduced for the first time in 1982 in high schools as one of the 4 courses of the 4th batch, and in fact examined nationwide for admission to higher education. In 1992, the political economy subject replaced it, but it remained as a subject of the general curriculum. Over time, it received shots not only from the its-time political leadership of the Ministry of Education, but it also became the subject of controversy even from within the educational branches of different specialities. Philologus, language economists, etc. June 18, 2021 marks the end of the teaching of sociology at high school, not only as a nationally examined subject, but also from the basic body of the educational program. At the same time, the Education Ministry unreasonably abolished some other subjects in high school. This is how the lessons disappeared. Basic principles of social sciences in the second year of high school as a major subject. Modern world citizen and democracy in second year of high school as a general education course. European culture as a student's choice. They proceeded to reduce the political education course in the first year of high school by 1 hour per week and removing it from the examined subjects in the in-school examinations. The word social has been removed from the scientific field of humanitarian and social sciences. As you can see, we are talking about the ostracism of the social and political science from high schools, which resulted in the loss of 14 teaching hours and thousands of teachers in our field, to be characterized as supernumerary, and they complete the timetable by moving to at least 2 schools, 2, 3, or 4 in case. An explanatory report was requested by the Institute of Education Policy about the reasons, cancellations, but we never received an answer. The Greek Association of Sociologists proceeded to leave a memorandum to the ministry seeking meetings, protesting on the media, making the problem widely known by having the common opinion allied to the request to reinstate the courses. At the same time, the courses are a prerequisite for higher education in the faculties of social, legal, and political sciences, where the percentage is 70% in the direction of humanities studies. The Council of State, before the year 2022, issued a decision where the regulatory decision on a part that some simultaneously reduces the teaching of political courses of education in the modern world, citizen and democracy is not legal, but never have that. The decision exists, but will not have it. Cultivated a responsibility of democratic citizen, empathy, reducing violence and delinquency, the elimination of discrimination, inequalities, racism, and social pathogenicity, the acceptance of the different other and strengthening of social cohesion can be manifested by the introduction of thematic units for the cultivation of soft skills in school. The course of social and political education, the third year of secondary school, is not enough to cultivate in students critical thinking and create a responsible life attitude in a lasting way, changing social, political, and economic environment. We ask for the coherence of all scientific bodies to support for our common effort in order that social scientists become truly and essentially present at each school unit offering their service for the common well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will also hear from Dr. Prokopios Orphanos, who is head of the Thessaloniki branch, the second largest city of the country, of the Association of Greek Sociologists, who will formulate an invitation to applied sociology as a vocation in Greece.
Is it on? Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the mapping of the situation in Portugal and in Greece. I would like to congratulate and thank Hellenic Sociological Society for organizing this important event and for inviting me to present this subject, and also to thank European, Portuguese, Spanish, French, Italian associations for supporting and participating in this conference. I'm very happy to be here with my colleagues from Hellenic Society and the Greek Association. The title of this presentation is connected with two significant books on sociology. The first one is Peter Berger's major work on a humanistic perspective of sociology, which acts as an invitation. The second part of the title derives from the classic lecture of Max Weber on science as a vocation more than a century ago. In his invitation, Berger emphasizes on humanistic dimensions in contrast to a positivist approach. The book presents themes and basic notions in the scientific discipline of sociology. It invites sociology students, intellectuals, and the general public to an introduction to what sociology is, what sociology is not. The author approaches sociology as a scientific field and criticizes misunderstanding, as he says, with philanthropy, social work, social reform, and some cases of empirical research. Sociology can be described as a passion, and from this point of view, we'll meet Max Weber. Sociology includes a corpus of knowledge and a way to see social world, twofold here. This approach concentrates on the social role, specific situations, biographies, moral activity of persons. Combined with historical processes, Berger refers to different areas of study: Marxism, psychoanalysis, existentialism, Machiavellianism, sociological consciousness, and race. Weber's lecture on science as a vocation is an important text in order to think the academic career in the university of his time and maybe of our time. He asserts a difference between artist's practice and the scientist's practice. In the first case, there can be achieved a fulfillment. while in science the achievement has limits. He separates the qualities that make a good researcher from the skills of a good teacher. Most of the times, he says, a person can't be a good teacher and a good scholar. In this significant text, we can find useful skills and knowledge for an academic and professional career, lack that is affected by cooperation by groups of interest, qualifications as a scholar and as a teacher, passion, tried and tested method of working, inspiration, personality. Even though we were inspired a lot from these major works, we have to continue further to other directions. Sociologists should continue inviting students, communities, social groups as a body of knowledge and a worldview, but we also could apply our knowledge and methods to social groups, minorities, clients. Sociologists can also implement their practice by using elements like lack, method, inspiration, cooperation. Knowledge, methods, and skills require an institutional framework in order to be applied, so we will continue with a presentation of the institutional framework for sociology at work, as they say in Australia, in Greece. In this step, we need sources of information for sociology as a vocation. We will refer to Presidential Decree 159 of 2009, which is the legislation of the recognition of profession of graduates of sociology. Secondly, the occupation profile and the code of ethics. An occupational profile is significant to view detailed information on the nature of a work for an occupation, including an overview, job duties, working conditions, educational requirements, skills, outlook, and typical wages. The seventh is not common in Greece for occupational profiles, but is common in Australia and in the US. In the picture, you can see occupation profile of a sociologist at Career One Stop in the US. Employment of sociology is activated in three groups of stakeholders in three sectors, public, private sectors, civil society, NGOs. According to the Code of Ethics, sociologists share values, practices, moral and scientific principles, so sociologists compose and perceive social phenomena in a critical way, analyze and capture the structure of and the function of society, collect data according to scientific ethics and methodology, use data from statistics, surveys, empirical studies, interviews, are interested in issues of social inequality, social exclusion, and suggest ways to deal with them. I will move I won't describe this slide. I just want to mention that several sociologists are education mismatched, and the picture is from the course book of sociology that was dismissed, not only the sociology course from the secondary education, but also three of the four courses of social sciences were dismissed. Sociologists work without a license. Important qualifications are specialization, master degree, knowledge of foreign languages, IT certification, and knowledge of software for statistical analysis, and qualitative data analysis software. The Association of Greek Sociologists enroll those who have a degree or another degree and a master or doctorate in sociology. We will continue with a presidential decree and a code of ethics to outline, to map the fields of employment of sociologists in the public sector. First of all, sociologists work in ministries of education, development, labor, health, justice, interior, environment, and energy. In the Ministry of Education, sociologists work as teachers, in vocational guidance, in research, administration, in lifelong learning. In Ministry of Development and Ministry of Labor, and in research institutes of social research in professional chambers, in public employment service, where I work also, DIPA, and also as trainers and program evaluators. In the Ministry of Health, sociologists work at the Therapy Center for Dependent Individuals, mental health centers, and hospitals. Here the specialization of sociology of health is vital. They work also in the Ministry of Justice as penitentiaries, as juvenile probation service, and probation service for adults. And also they train security forces, and they work in program planning. In the Ministry of Interior, sociologists work in municipalities, regions, and Hellenic Statistical Authority, General Secretariat for Gender Equality, and the Research Center for Gender Equality. Finally, sociologists work at the Ministry of Environment and Energy as experts on social impacts of housing projects, and also of the impacts of technological interventions in social planning. In my experience so far, I have not met many sociologists in this area, even though it's a really interesting specialization. Now let's move to the private sector employment. Sociologists work at tutoring schools, colleges, training schools, private vocational training institutes, in public relations and human resources, also in various social services and tourism companies. And after certain training, sociologists can work in family counseling centers. Code of Ethics mentions that sociologists can work in career guidance services and treatment centers, and also in mass media with various roles. Also employed as consultants in social content publications. And after majoring in political sociology, some colleagues work in political organizations and parties. A really interesting field of work for many sociologists is social sector. In organizations, many colleagues start their first job. Employment in the social sector can include many specializations like negotiator, community organizer, facilitator, administrative officer, social researcher, coordinator, career guidance counselor, and equality counselor. They can recruit it in various organizations and unions. And now, having all this in mind, all the context, we co-organized an online seminar with the AGS, with the president here, the Thessaloniki branch of AGS, and the Department of Sociology of the University of the Aegean 1 year ago. With the title of the seminar was Sociology as a Vocation. In the seminar, we had the opportunity to see new directions and to find out employment areas and specialties. Each sociologist had 5 to 10 minutes to present the vocational area that he or she is practicing, following the units of an occupational profile as we see, an overview, job duties, working conditions, education requirements, skills, and outlook. The small presentations were activated like alive job profiles and not static ones. So, sociology graduates presented the following professions, fields of practice: work on gender, LGBTQ plus issues, working with refugees, sociology and disability, prevention and addiction, probation service officer for adults, community centers and municipalities, community health, local government, gender equality, career counseling and guidance, psychosocial care team in the Greek Army, secondary education, research in research infrastructures, journalism as a profession for a sociologist, the role of sociologists in refugee education and structures, and also there were other colleagues that could speak in these subjects. and also other specialties that we couldn't include in this presentation, as homelessness, mediation, advocacy, working with vulnerable groups, youth worker. In many ways, we are already stepping in the area of applied sociology. Applied sociology has a long history in the field. Lester Ward, back in 1906, developed the notion and distinguished between applied sociology and pure sociology. Pure sociology is concerned with the study of the functions of society. It operates in a diagnostic manner. To the contrary, applied sociology is healing in function, as he says, and focuses on social improvement. Clinical sociology is an applied domain. According to Wirth, the scope of sociologists defined as clinical is to devote to research, to consult other members of the staff, mostly medical staff, to participate directly in the study of the cases. There's a distinction between applied and academic sociology. Researchers defined applied sociology as the implementation of sociological theory and methods to answer questions as defined by non-academic audiences and groups. Important knowledge and skills derived from sociological training as research and analysis, interpersonal skills, social skills, reflexive social skills, equality and diversity, respect. As Zevalos mentioned, employers will not advertise for a sociologist, but they will open up jobs such as the following: research coordinator or associate, qualitative analyst, project manager, public policy assistant, urban development advisor, human rights officer, case manager, this is close to social work, impact planning, education consultant, and gender specialist. The field of clinical sociology has a social therapeutic and interventionist character. It is founded in the values of solidarity, social justice, democracy, equality, as Chtouris and Zisi. Sociology is an interesting specialization with various roles in collaboration with nurses, psychologists, psychiatrists, nutritionists, and applications in counseling, interpersonal therapy, advocacy, intervention programs with youth substance abuse services. In this presentation, the field of defining the field of applied sociology the last decades, it has been important to separate academia and applied areas. But in this presentation, we support the importance of interconnection between research and teaching in university and the applied sociology. In order to have a better understanding and a reflection on the professional practice, it is vital to link academia with vocations of sociologists. It is important to re-invite students, graduates, social groups to new directions of our science that derive from the field of sociological practice and also from the development of applied and clinical sociology. This step signals for a close cooperation between professionals, associations, societies, and university departments. The next step is to enrich the curricula of the departments of sociology with courses and seminars based on the above-mentioned applied directions. A significant movement is to expand the context of organized internships in duration, at least 2 semesters, and in the field of practice. It is also vital to stand together in this dynamic, changing social world in contemporary liquid era. This means that there is a necessity for synergies and actions from sociological associations, societies, and university department for planning and implementing practices concerning the vocations of the sociologists. It is important to intervene in cases where the labor rights of sociologists are abolished. A successful example of such an intervention was the case of removing social science courses from secondary education in Greece. We were particularly pleased to see the active reactions of international, European, British, and Hellenic associations and societies and the university departments in Greece on that issue. Last but not least, I would like to invite you to co-organize a conference with the participation of the European Sociological Society, sociological associations that are present in this conference, and university departments. The conference will be focused on the applications of sociology and the profession of the sociologist in education, social policies, research, community work, vulnerable groups, minorities, social exclusion, etc. We can discuss obstacles, good practices, and dynamics in sociology as a vocation in each country, and it's important to share our everyday problems and practice, as the colleague from Portugal said before. As Senate mentions, cooperation with others can make up for what we may individually lack. The conference can be hosted in Thessaloniki in the northern Greece. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have also an invitation to think about, among so many other things that were here. Thank you.
We were already invited, no?
Yes, yes. I mean, we have to think how to, you know, to save some dates, let's say, to see when this could happen. So the floor is yours. I think we have many issues raised.
Between the Hellenic Sociological Association and the Association of Greek Sociologists. I'm really interested to find out.
Are any other questions?
Okay. Maybe we gather some.
Yeah, so just gather some questions, okay?
Sorry, I don't want to monopolize. Thank you very much. I was thinking about the situation of sociology in high schools here in Greece. Also, we wrote a statement on that maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Yes, I remember this. So I was wondering, drawing from our experience from the Portuguese Sociological Association, I have the pleasure also to work with the Lila there, how this situation is, you know, being reversed, because it's really complicated. If you erase sociology from high schools, how you recover the previous situation. Of course, there is a lot of work to do with the policymakers, but at the same time, also the professional associations can do some work. We have a very good experience at the Portuguese Sociological Association with a program, Sociology in Schools. So we mobilize students from different universities in Portugal. It's the Portuguese Sociological Association funding, some costs of the students of the graduation and masters in sociology that go to schools and speak about sociology. And it's very, very, I think that one of the reasons why we have more students applying for exams in sociology has to do with this, because our students from the universities go to secondary schools, and our impression is that the secondary school students listen more the students of sociology than the teachers. So we have prepared, for instance, at the University of Porto, we have a team of students, and they pass, the materials. They have a lot of dynamics to explain how sociology can be useful for people's lives and all this. And it's very successful, I must say, not only just in Porto, Lisbon as well, in other areas of Portugal. So I think this is it's not going to solve the whole problem, but maybe there is something that we can do as scientific associations, gathering efforts to recover this subject, because it's so important in high schools. Just a comment.
Any other?
Hi, I would like to congratulate you for these interesting presentations. I think these are hot issues in, in current sociology, I think in everywhere. I mean, fighting for jobs for our graduates in schools and public administration and the non-governmental organization, and also in firms. So I'm happy to to see that you are working very very hard here in Greece. So I have just one question, and then a small comment about the situation in Spain, just in case it's interesting for you. My question is, do you have some information about the expectation and the orientation of your students when they pick a sociology degree? And then about the after, some years, about the orientation in the labor market. If you have, I would like, I have very little information about Greece, so I'm sorry, so I don't know much about the country. So that would explain, some things that I would like to know, perhaps, of the members of the audience. And just one small comment about the situation in Spain from the point of view of the association. What related to this question? What we know with some pretty well, because we've done some surveys and we review the statistical databases in terms of occupations, that first we don't get the best students. And when the students pick sociology, they don't have a real motivation related to the labor market. Which is an important issue. Because people are somehow not very motivated about preparing for the real jobs available. Except in some universities with sociology degrees that are considered more higher level. That means they are of a more higher level because they get their degrees into the labor market very successfully. So we have a kind of cementation. So because of that problem, what we did in the Spanish Federation of Sociology is to take these issues very seriously and to form a research committee about the teaching of sociology, another research committee about applied sociology and the practicing of sociology, an agreement with the professional order. We don't have an association of professional sociologists. We have legally professional orders. It's another kind of institution. So we made an agreement for them in order to establish, the basic requirements and the profile of the profession, and in order to do some lobbying as well. So, and this has been a really intensive work. And after some years, but we are seeing, I'm not saying that we are being very successful, because we have to, we have to compete hard with other professions, with other disciplines. But what we have seen is that we have found a lot of participations in practically all of the university departments and all of the sociology areas in university departments. We have 45 in the whole public higher education system. So it has been, it's a kind of a confirmation that the problem is real. And, many departments, many heads of departments and many colleagues in many departments said that they were waiting someone or some institution to do that. So it's a real issue, so we don't have the right answer. I'm sorry, but I would like to say thank you again and congratulate for this initiative.
I would like to ask the professor from Portugal, given the fact that you talk about the secondary education, do you see some major differences with the Greek system, positive or negative, in about secondary education?
Would anyone else like to?
Okay, just a clarification. I would like also to ask to tell some things about this decision of the Council of State, which is the Constitutional Court, let's say, in 2022. Why is it not just to give? I think it was your association that made the. Okay. Okay, and it is a question, yeah. Would you like to start? Whoever wants to.
I can start before I answer our colleague's question. Just to add up to what Ligia said about when you mentioned that we gather a group of students enrolled in undergraduate sociology degrees in our universities and masters. And in fact, it's some students within the schools, the secondary schools, say after their intervention, it's the first time that they were explained what sociology is about, which makes a lot of sense if you think about our presentation. And if you think about the fact that it's not actually people who major in sociology that teach sociology in secondary schools. And so this is a problem that comes with layers, and it's very complex. And the root of it, and the way we should attack it, it's basically within the schools. Because everything else that, the part of the other problems that go on at universities derive from the lack of investment of the presence and the qualification of sociologists teaching sociology in secondary schools. And so it's very interesting to hear that it is, in fact, this initiative that we are doing within the Portuguese Sociological Association that brings students, high school students, closer to sociology. It's interesting, but at the same time, it's very dramatic, of course. Regarding your question, I don't know enough about the teaching of sociology in Greek schools. From what I've heard in this first intervention, we're not at the point of being like removed from the curricula at secondary schools. Not at all, but what I can tell you is that we are clearly the underdog of social sciences. And so that's why it's such a big issue to tackle, and it has been a major effort of several consecutive boards of the Portuguese Sociological Association.
In the question about the two associations, the Greek Association of Sociology is before 1981. We are the first students from the University of Greece. Okay? We think that we must have an organization to demand, to ask, to claim for our rights our jobs. So we accept all the students from all universities of Greece. And we represent them everywhere. This is the Hellenic Association, Association of Greek Sociologists. Sometimes some professors of universities thought that they may have another association of Ioanna Tsigon, who must answer better, that they will have only, at first, professors and academic persons. They need MSc, PhD. We don't need this. We have all the students from the universities when they end and they have our degree, their degree. That's different. We haven't. We run. We ask. We demand for our rights everywhere. We try to find jobs. We are this association. We are for all sociologists. This is the difference of two associations.
Okay. Yes, the one is professional, for the profession of a sociologist, and the other is for a doctor of sociology, for PhD. For PhD in sociology and professors. So it's the difference between Hellenic Society and HGS. The idea that we heard from the Portuguese colleague was really interesting in order to motivate students in the schools and secondary education to follow sociology studies. Thank you for sharing this idea. About the comment on the expectations of students of sociology that our colleagues from Spain mentioned, I think that the students, when they are in, while they study sociology, they don't think about the labor market at all, most of them. But after that, they complain about the situation because the situation is really, really, really bad. What I presented to here is not that we have a perfect action and we have jobs for everybody. It's directions that only a few of the hundreds that have a bachelor in sociology follow. So the situation is really, really hard. And after the bachelor, they don't have a lot of motivation after a year that they see all this in the labor market or in even in the social sector. Nowadays, they demand a lot of qualifications. It's not like in 50 years ago that you can volunteer for 6 months and then you can have a contract. It's not like that. It's not like that easy now. And not only for sociologists, for many scientists. So the situation for the youth is really, really bad. And we can see that in the statistics in the European South, where the unemployed people under 30, the rate is really, really high. Really high. 1/3 of them is unemployed. In Spain, in Italy, in Portugal, and here also. And about the comment that you made also, I think the solution in the universities is the internship. there's a lot of good job that the universities do in order to interconnect students with organizations, with public sector, and sometimes with the private sector. But what I wanted to comment before is that we need more efforts and more duration, because it's just 2 or 3 months, the duration of the internship. We need at least 2 semesters. So someone could show his experience in a field, applied or research or other. Thank you.
Something about this. I think that for many, many years we have the mind of theory and not for practice. We need more practice in universities. We need students to go out and know how to work in community, and not only in education. This is something very important.
Thank you. Well, we are only 90 minutes behind the schedule, so we have successfully confirmed the stereotypes about Southern Europeans and time management. I think we can go directly to the concluding round table. So you can. Thank you very much.
Ναι, μια χαρά, ναι.
So, please take your seats. Segregated, no, Alexander will come because, yeah, please have a seat anywhere in the panel. I'll stand here, say a few words, some concluding remarks. Take a break.
violence.
Yeah.
She knows that, but I say we couldn't make it.
So as I said, we finally concluded this very illuminating and constructive event in terms of discussions and ideas, exchange of schools of thought between representatives from countries of the European South. And I'll just try to map some of the main issues that were raised during this 2 days event. And if Apostole, if I forget something, please feel free to fill the gaps. I think yesterday what the main issues which were raised were the exceptionalism of Southern European countries in general, more generally, and of Greece in particular. We witnessed a panorama of sociological studies in Greece, and the educational management of sociology and its effects, negative effects on sociology in tertiary education. Today, this evening, we witnessed the negative effects of management of sociology as a discipline in secondary education as well, but not only in Greece, but in Portugal also. Another issue which was raised was about the issue of colonizing or decolonizing sociology and the institutionalizing of sociology in this country and the various adventures institutionalization had, which I'm sure that they are common in your countries also through the development of the history of the discipline of sociology in your country, in your countries. We have talked about languages and meta-languages on practicing and theorizing about sociology. We also talk about the usefulness or the exploitation of sociology in terms of society, but also in terms of polity. We talked about the compartmentalization of fields and subfields. On several occasions, we returned to the basic concept of what we are doing, what we are doing in sociology, and we returned to the basic concept that we are offering critical interpretations and critical analysis of social phenomena and on social problems solving. And that's it from my notes. But I would like just ask each one of you to say now that we are in this closing moment, which in your opinion are the major challenges faced by sociology today, and there is an issue which came from Olga's presentation, I think, and this is about the clash or the conflict among the various disciplines or sub-disciplines of the social milieu. But I would like specifically to address the issue when scientists from various disciplines are coming together, the interdisciplinarity, called otherwise, to confront a problematic situation. There is always what Bottoms said
southern European countries, and more particularly Greece. Thank you.
Sorry, how much time do we have?
We'll not keep the
In the Euro Parliament, I've been told that you are allowed to speak as a Euro MP or 2 minutes. So that would suffice for us as well, or thereabouts. Thank you very much for having me. You know, in sociology, we learn as students that it was this chap, Auguste Comte, who coined the term, who was a bit cuckoo, but he thought that sociology was on top of all sciences. And although we are not very vociferous in spelling this out, for obvious reasons, it's still there, for some of us at least, the idea of sociology being the hegemonic, in a sense that you mentioned, science. But it's not, actually, of course. I think that what is the task of sociology is to, it's not just one thing, but it's important to keep its own distinct profile. And this is, I think, something that applies to Europe as well as particular countries like Greece. And if this can be done in a useful, socially useful way, then you have the justification for its existence. Otherwise, why have it? Why not have journalists that know, as we all know, everything, or others that have a tendency towards inroads, be that economic imperialism or the various imperialisms or attempts to colonization from other disciplines, which sometimes they often take, sometimes they take an even programmatic dimension. For instance, what goes on with anthropology. Once primitive, or so-called primitive societies have been explored, now they're making inroads to the fields, to the sociological ground, modern contemporary societies, industrial societies, and post-industrial societies. And, you know, these are issues that have to be resolved some way or another. But the thing is that the inherent element in sociology, if it can be brought out, and, you know, the complexity and the of social relationships can be brought out and how they affect things, that would be a most important contribution. Because this, I think, is the major thing one should be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Socrates. Yeah, it's your turn.
I'm a little bit tired, but I will try to, well, search a little bit from my notes also all over these 2 very interesting days of the meeting. Well, this closing session was a little bit about the impact of sociology, so the role of sociology or the impact of sociology. And I think we all agree that recognizing the role of sociological knowledge to improve people's lives, to improve the society, is our main task. But of course, this comes in different layers. So first of all, I think we need to know each other better. Because sometimes we forgot about about developing our own identity. I don't remember, someone spoke a little bit about this, reinforcing our identity as sociologists. So sometimes we are very busy in our subthematic areas of knowledge or in our areas of professionalization. And it's important to know that we are part of a community, a wider community, besides all these specialized areas of knowledge or profession. So I think this is one of the challenges, work more and develop more our identity. More books like The Invitation to Sociology by Peter Berger are needed. So trying to define as well what can be sociology, what is not sociology, all these kind of reflections. Then communicating better the originality and the specialized contribution of sociological knowledge to tackle social problems and to bring solutions to those social problems. And this needs to be communicated to multiple audiences. We also spoke about this, talking in different languages as well, so translating our sociological problems into common language as well. Well, then the process we need to discuss, I think there is not a lot of consensus in the steps of the process, but I think we agree that we need to translate better these challenges in common languages as well. Teaching sociology in secondary schools so that we also communicate better to other audiences, young people that can be the future sociologists. This is crucial from my perspective as well, and that's why also the Portuguese Sociological Association has been doing this work with Alila and Paulo and all the other colleagues. But at the same time, we need to articulate, not only ensure that we have sociology at secondary schools by going there directly or negotiating with politicians to bring sociology to a better place, let's say, in society, but also ensure that there is an articulation between training in sociology and the labor market, because sometimes we create expectations, and we also need a sociologist to work on this articulation. Of course, we spoke a little bit about the media and the difficulty we have to reach the media, to communicate also to this field, and through the media we can reach multiple audiences as well. And I think that scientific associations, regional, national, European, global, also have a role in gathering information, sending this information to the media, lobbying a little bit with the media to show our specific contribution to think about the problems and to improve the people's lives. Then we have our place in the middle of the other sciences and other social sciences, and I think Olga tackled this in a very instigating way, let's say. We talked this morning about the importance of knowing if this is a question in our community. That's also why the European Sociological Association is preparing now a survey on the public engagement of sociology, so to launch, at least at an European scale, this survey to know, the different perspectives of the sociologists in Europe about the public engagement. How can we find our place in the middle of this bigger field of social sciences? My perspective is that, of course, we need to know first how all of us frame this problem. That's why we are engaged into launching this survey, but at the same time work together with the other disciplines. I mentioned the European Alliance for Social Sciences and Humanities, where we have different representation from different associations of diverse social sciences. And the work done there is so important because we are finding our place in the middle of this social sciences field, but at the same time, the social sciences as a whole are not considered as well in terms of research funding or in other areas of society. So from my perspective, we need to also work together with them, first finding our identity, our place, but at the same time knowing them, making that they know us as well and work with other social scientists together, namely at an European level. Then we have, of course, a lot of work to do, and we can do, getting to know better ourselves and the others. We have a lot of work to do, and we can do that through these meetings. I think this meeting is very important, through publications.
We have an invitation also. We
Yes.
have an invitation to go to Salonika.
Yes, yes, and through publications, because also we heard about this Sociology Transform series, and knowing about the Greek sociology, the Portuguese sociology, well, sociology at national levels is so important. Professional associations, international networks, well, you know, all these media. And last but not the least, I think it's important to tackle the borders between professional sociology and academic sociology. One of the, I think, the reasons why the Portuguese Sociological Association is well succeeded in terms, if you compare the number of members with the population of the country, I think we are the second biggest. The first is the American, because we merge and we have the professional sociologists and also the academic sociologists together. And of course, it's a challenge because most of the professional sociologists they are not so active in the boards, but they participate organizing meetings about doing sociology in several fields of society, private, public, etc. So I think also connecting both practices, both professional experiences is very important. And I think that theory is also important for professional sociologists, because they don't only intervene, they understand the situations and the problems they encounter on a daily basis through this theoretical framing, and I think this is very important. So for me, it's not, of course, we have different practices, professional practices, but the training and the theoretical training still is very important from my point of view for all of the sociologists, and this can also build bridges between all of us. And finally, bringing again what Georgia mentioned about the evidence-based policy, which is so important, I think, to continue to do this work to show how, of course, we are not deciding, we are not politicians, we produce sociological knowledge, but policy, of course, there are political decisions, but those political decisions need to be based on evidence and on sociological knowledge, and we really need to continue to work on this field. Well, I just highlighted some of the things everyone mentioned here these 2 days, but that's my take on this.
Thank you very much. Olga, it's your turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, after this wonderful summary, I don't know if it is necessary anything else, but I would like just to elaborate a bit on the idea of that you put on the table of the main challenge. And I think it is to produce meaningful knowledge for society, and also to decide how to do it. And so probably we need internal reflection. This morning I was talking about contentious science, but we have also a challenge on understanding our own profession and the way in which we have to be able to trespass the frontier of academic knowledge and reach societal problems, and also to be useful for decision on policies, on special things. And about interdisciplinarity, I think it is an opportunity, because I mean, we can extend, we can broaden our knowledge space, let's call it like this, knowledge space. And well, let us see as something important, but also, you know, always the devil is in the details. So it is also a risk, because we lack the professionalization. I mean, we don't have the, we are not like other social sciences, like economics, for instance, but not only, that have very clear their targets, both in terms of the problems they reach, the way they do it, and the public they address. So we need to open a space of reflection, and I think national associations in this sense have to play a very important role, and of course the initiatives from the European Sociological Association too. So this is my contribution.
Thank you. It's your turn.
I'll try to be brief. I think we cannot respond to the issue of challenges if we don't consider the issue of opportunities. So I think the both are entangled. I cannot personally disentangle challenges from opportunities, but I'm an optimist. I'm one of the optimists, despite always recognizing the challenges and the problems. Because I think that there's something to come out from self-portraying, self-reflecting, and allow the others to reflect on what we are doing. I think it's very important. So I think it's very important that I would, as I said yesterday also, I would divide the discipline from the people. Although they are people are educated as sociologists, I think sociologists and sociology suffers from a lot of centrisms, ethnocentrism. Sociologists believe that they are the center of the world. They are not, clearly. Others challenge their own domain. So I think it's rational. It's not something which is. So they have a different angle of looking at the same things that the sociologists see. But I think there is a lot of insecurity among sociologists nowadays because they feel that they are challenged by the other sciences. Although they claim that there is interdisciplinarity, they are afraid of interdisciplinarity. That's why, and sometimes they are phobic towards other sciences. And I believe that there should be more like understanding the boundary issues between the disciplines and the subdisciplines. And I think the bridging function is done by the subdisciplines, economics, sociology, or other sociologies, which are subdisciplines, and they are already taking, since many decades ago, they're taking up fragments from other sciences, and this is very important. So I think it's, and the positive message out of this is that I felt, for example, more optimistic when I realized that there is not only the Hellenic Sociological Association, but there are European and international sociological associations. And when one participates to these congresses and conferences and networks, realizes that there isn't any exceptionality about what we are feeling, but about what we are researching. There are other people who have similar concerns, similar goals, similar targets, but similar fears at the same time. So I think sociologists should realize that there are multiple belongings. We are sociologists, but personally feel like also geographer. And I don't think that geography contradicts sociology. There's a good merges at different levels. But I know that sociology is stronger in terms of theory because there isn't any geographical social theory. Also, all geographical social theory comes from sociology mostly. Not entirely. There are other inputs. But I also know that apart from the recent attempts of sociology to include spatial concepts, then sociology is still very weak on the spatial aspect of phenomena. So, and having said that, I'm just trying to see the osmosis, the entanglements between sociology and the neighboring sciences. And I think the sociologists themselves should gain more strength by realizing what they can contribute. And what they can contribute comes by realizing what their theory is, but what their methods are, and how best or improve the use of the methodology to improve their theory and the understanding of empirical reality. So I always believe that sociologists cannot be true sociologists if they don't have a look at social reality. And finishing with this, so I think that the challenge is to become better sociologists, better scientists, and not artists, not only artists. Art is a very nice thing, but it's only a self-fulfilling, in the majority of the case, a self-fulfilling need. We have to go outside. That's why I think if we become better sociologists, we have better public engagement, and of course other things come into the picture. And also, I also believe in sociological imagination. So I think this is important to expand the boundaries further, much further than theory allows us to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joanna, for that interesting question, also difficult question. The major challenges of sociology today. Wow. I would say that the major challenge is the meaning of sociology itself for the sociological profession, but this is too tough, to talk about at the end of the sessions. So instead of that, please allow me to pick a couple of comments about the profession of sociology. I will start with some, let's say, provocative questions because it's too late. They are simple, but they may be funny for some of you, I hope. So many of you are university professors. So what do you think about your graduates working for the Coca-Cola company of Greece or other countries, banks, private banks, or the public, insurance companies, and so on? I can go on. Well, so another question. How many of you drink Coca-Cola? How many of you have a mortgage or a bank account or other products related to bank? Probably all of you, or a credit card. How many of you have an insurance, any kind of insurance for your car, for your... So what I mean is that the world is what it is. It's a pity. It's this way, but it's it's full of companies and corporations, and also public administrations and and non-governmental organizations. But my point here is that we need sociologists in private companies, also in public administration. But I'm making my point for private companies. Sociology is a pity. We are not trained to work in that environment. We just leave the field and leave the labor market for psychologists, economists, even geographers, other people. I think this is a very, worrying issue. I'll finish just telling why I think we need sociologists in that places. I'm afraid I'm not in favor of Michael Baraboy's public sociology in this particular point. Because I think one of the best ways to create impact for sociology, which is a very trendy word, is through graduates. Because graduates bring with them the fundamental values of sociology and also the tools of sociology. So if they don't work for these firms, they leave the terrain for psychologists, for economists, and they don't have our values, they don't have our analytic tools, even they don't have or commitment with social problems. What I mean is, if a sociologist can work for Coca-Cola company and try that Coca-Cola company makes money, yeah, the world is that way. But also, a sociologist can think about unintended consequences and the embeddedness of, of the products of the Coca-Cola company with, with other groups of society, or even he or she can encourage social responsibility. I mean, sociologists has something critical with them because it's in the nature of the profession. And we can say more or less the same about other, more modern concepts. I would say again, intersectionality. Do you think that a psychologist specialized in human resource management is bringing in the intersectionality issue into a big company, the human resources department of a big company? I don't think so. So a sociologist can do that because they are trained, with these kind of tools. So that's why I'm in favor of fighting for, for helping our graduates to find jobs in the real world that we live, and not only in jobs related to non-governmental organizations, which are fine, or the typical jobs in the public administration. That's my only point. How to do that? Well, this is another part of the discussions. Trying to establish a jurisdiction. If we go to the sociology of professions, a very important specialty in sociology, I mean, we compete very well in the sociology of profession because, the sociological approach is very powerful, and the economists and other, and psychology and other professors, they don't have, I mean, most of the knowledge about professions has been provided by sociologists. So in the sociology of profession, there is a very important concept, which is jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is a claim for abilities, cognitive abilities, but also a claim about resources, jobs, and other resources managed by the state or the private sector. So if we don't do that, and we are not fully aware inside the academy that this is the only way to survive, I don't think we can, we can live forever. Sociology can live forever, but I think it's the possibilities to compete with other disciplines are very limited. That's that.
I'm really happy after the statements of the two last colleagues of mine, because I'd like to elaborate a little bit on the same line. Because my firm conviction was always that sociological departments should not be incubators of unemployed people. That's not a sensible idea. And if we want to have especially young people employed, and this is the challenge to sociologists, especially for younger sociologists, then we cannot organize us just in trade unions and go around in the cities and in the streets and say, we are good people, just do employ us. And if you don't do that, you must have a bad consciousness. That's not the idea. The idea is to make people understand the meaningfulness of having people who have studied sociology. And I think there is something in the education of sociologists, if it is done properly, of course, which is very rare. Many sociologists can combine soft skills with hard skills. And that was the way sociologists have been trained until the 70s. When then we have the neoliberal approaches and sociologists, the professional sociology was gradually detached from social policies and other policy areas, and the postmodern theorists put away, they cut sociology in two, and we had something which was called social theory, a very fuzzy thing. And methods and techniques were banned in a sense because of positivism was supposed to be a very bad thing. Then we had a problem for people in society to understand the meaningfulness of having people who can just talk, but they cannot do anything. So I think if sociologists go back to the advantages they had, when they could combine soft skills with hard skills, then the future will be bright. And I believe that because, you know, there are many situations in state organization, public administration, in companies of other areas, in communities, even in movements, when you have to coordinate action, and in order to coordinate action and do the conflict resolution which is necessary in having a sensible project management, then you need to have the soft skills of people who can understand social relations. But in order to make this effective, you need to collect data and create the appropriate information. And you cannot do that if you are not trained in methods and technique of social research, both qualitative and quantitative. So I think if sociologists can show that they are capable of being useful in certain areas, and they can show this because no other profession has this combination of soft and hard skills, then I think the opportunities, and I like very much the word opportunity, opportunities will be much more wider than we think we have now. But this is a problem. This is a problem for sociological departments, because sociological departments do not train anymore people like this, or in rare cases. This kind of education has been stigmatized positivist American-style sociology, which is not. It is Austrian sociology, by the way. The Austrian people of the Christ of Vienna, who were really heroic anti-fascists and had to flee Austria. They were, in a sense, positivists, but they were really fighters against fascism. Those people have been stigmatized, and the descendants of them, like Lazarsfeld, have been stigmatized as the positivists who are creating reactionary ideologies, which is nonsense, actually. So, I mean, we have to be more offensive in that respect and create the conditions we need in order to marketize, in the good sense, the skills, the combination of skills that sociologists had. And the final word on education. I do not believe, and this is a little bit provocative, in sociology, in secondary education, as it is practiced now. I do not believe in books of theories which are being put on the heads of the people without understanding what this combination of soft and hard skills means. For me, sociology in schools would mean to put a little bit of theory, sensitize people in thinking about social relations, and do projects, send people outside, the pupils, help them do projects, collect data, discuss the results, and then see what they can say about social conditions in their environment or in schools, which is a quite different exercise than the one we see in most cases in secondary education. So that was my final point.
Thank you. Thank you very much all for your presence. And if there are some remarks, just one or two from the floor. I mean, I know, I understand it's an hour past time, but if there is anything which someone wants to say, we are open.
Sometimes I think it's a lost battle.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
I have one back. As a sociologist, I was invited to bring back
Yeah, sure.
It's busy, it's very busy.
The road will be